Hello?
Hello, hi. Hi, Iman.
Hi, and I can hear.
Can you hear? Can you hear me?
Mhm.
All right.
Yes.
Huh? Could you share your slides for a bit?
Sure.
All right. Thanks. I think it looks good.
Can you see it in full screen?
Can you, yeah. No, it's not showing in full screen right now.
Okay, now?
Yes, now it works.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
A very good morning to all of you. In a room full of economists and researchers, I think it's only befitting that we mourn the loss of Professor Nurul Islam, arguably considered by many as one of the greatest economists of Bangladesh. Borrowing the words from Professor Wahiuddin Mahmood, who is another renowned economist, Professor Nurul Islam was the undisputed mentor of several generations of economists in Bangladesh. He was head of the country's first planning commission. So from this conference, we acknowledge his contributions. We thank him for all the work he did. He penned about 25 plus books and also contributed in many conferences and inspired many generations of economists, development researchers, and also practitioners, people like me. And we also pay respect to the departed soul. Having said that, I welcome you all to the second day of the 11th South Asia Economic Policy Network Conference on Social Progress in South Asia. As you already know, the conference is hosted by the Office of the Chief Economist for the South Asia region, Poverty and Equity Practice Group of the World Bank, and BRAC Institute of Governance and Development, BIGD. We've had a long day yesterday. Again, we have a long day today. We're going to start off with a recap session. Mr. Hans Timmer, Chief Economist for South Asia World Bank, would be recapping and reflecting on what happened today and some of the sessions. Just to give a few lines on Mr. Hans Timmer, I'm sure you already know him by now, but as a formality. Mr. Hans Timmer is a Chief Economist for South Asia at the World Bank with over 30 years of experience leading teams of modelers, forecasters, and policy analysts. Mr. Timmer also collaborated with global organizations such as the European Commission and OECD. He holds a master's degree in econometrics from Erasmus University. Without further ado, let me welcome Mr. Hans Timmer to the podium, please.
Thank you so much. And good morning, everybody. Welcome here, or welcome back when you were here yesterday also. Let me start by thanking the BRAC Institute for Governance and Development. I'm delighted that we have the Institute as a partner to organize this conference. Thank you for the hospitality, especially Iman Matin. Thank you so much. I also want to thank all the people there in the back who make sure that this conference is running smoothly. A special shout out for our own Rana, who came all over from Washington to help with the organization and the logistics. And it has really been a very smooth conference till now. So reflecting on the first day, we received a lot of evidence that inequality of opportunity and linked to that limited intergenerational mobility is pervasive, present in many areas of society, and it's also persistent. And not only in South Asia, but also in other parts of the world. And yesterday we had a paper that compared the role of caste in India with the role of race in the United States, and concluded that there were actually several similarities restricting people to have equal opportunity of development. And obviously we had the keynote speech, which was all about the United States, where Professor Ray Chetty concluded, based on impressive use of big data, that ultimately the limited factor were social contracts, the social network where people are in. But most of the papers were on South Asia, and that's appropriate because we are in South Asia, but also because we have shown that the inequality of opportunity in South Asia is strikingly more severe than in other parts, at least, of the developing world. It's more severe than in Africa, and especially more severe than what we find in Latin America or East Asia. So it's appropriate that there is a focus on inequality of opportunity in South Asia. And we saw a wide range of topics being discussed. There were many papers on education, on what determines the outcome in education, what determines the spending within households on education. There was a link to the parental ambitions within households that then determine education. In all these cases, there was a sharp focus on gender inequality also. And there was one paper, and that was striking for me, that linked that gender inequality in education to the income level of the households. And it showed that in almost all income levels, there is that gender inequality where girls have less opportunities than boys. Only in the highest income threshold, there you saw that more girls actually went to higher education than boys. That reminded me of some of the conversations I had in South Asia with policymakers, where we explained the very low female labor force participation in most of the countries here, and that the trend was negative, that the female labor force participation came down, and that also in other indications in education, the trend was not good. And then they looked at me and they said, when I look at my own environment, I actually don't experience that. And there you see that many of them, they live in, I won't say a bubble, but in a different environment than where most people in South Asia are living in. And that's another example of a segmented society, inequality of opportunity. A lot of interesting papers on what determines ultimately income and wealth, but also what determines time use. And there were some very detailed papers there. And that is a nice broadening from the discussion of female labor force participation, the opportunity for women to have paid work. And when you link that to the time that they spend on specific activities in households, that broadens it and broadens the understanding also. There was a paper on inequality of opportunity in maternal health treatment, where you could see that even if you broaden the base, then not necessarily the inequality of opportunity improves. Actually, it worsens somewhat at the same time. And we saw lots of evidence that the situation is not straightforward. It can actually be very complicated and is determined by very specific circumstances. One example was that there is a high gender gap in the use of time in the Muslim world. But that during Ramadan, actually, that inequality is being reduced somewhat because of men being more at home. We saw in Punjab, in the province of Pakistan, that actually the determining factors, they differ in which part of the province you are. So to understand really the restrictions, you have to go very detailed. Talking about Pakistan, we are really sorry that the visas did not come on time, so that the people from Pakistan cannot be in person. But that's why we have the people there in the back also, to make sure that everything is very smooth. And I hope that the recent escalation in Pakistan will be soon under control, that there is no further escalation of the tensions. There was obviously a role of government interventions to address this issue, but we also learned on the first day that government interventions are not necessarily effective, or there are unintended consequences, because the norms in society can prevent that these interventions, the laws are being implemented, or they have unanticipated consequences. We saw the illustrations on inheritance law. We saw it on the role of agricultural land ownership. That doesn't yield necessarily immediately the kind of benefits that you expect, but it depends also on the social network that people have. We saw it on dowry legislation, so it's all very complicated. So you can walk away from that first day to say, wow, this is overwhelming. It is so pervasive. It is so persistent. It depends on cultural norms, and so where to start, and how can you make progress there? Still, we have to make progress. This is ultimately unacceptable. This is not a basis for development. You need much more inclusive societies. And in the opening sessions, where the Honorable Chair of the National Parliament and then the Chief Executive of BRAC, Institute of Governance and Development, and the World Bank Country Director all made that point, that inequality of opportunity is not only bad at a personal level, because it's not fair for individuals, it also threatens social cohesion. It threatens the social contracts. But then also in an economic sense, it is not productive at all. It results in very low female labor force participation. It results in the fact that so many people are stuck in a low productivity informal sector. And you need to change that to have a sustainable possibility for long-term growth, but also you need to change that to address the current macroeconomic issues, because the root causes are often in the lack of inclusion in societies. The reason why many countries have a macroeconomic problem is because the tax base is very narrow. And that is because so few people have the opportunity to participate in the productive economy. And you can only change the current situation when you include more. You only have the support of the population when you have a reform program that aims to integrate more people in society. Yesterday was an excellent day. It set the bar very high, I think. And you could wonder whether we can meet it in this second day, but looking at the program, I think a better way of saying it, that yesterday laid the foundation for an even better day today. I'm looking very much forward to that. It is an important program. We all have to be relentless. We know that a single intervention will not do the trick. We have to try continuously everything till at some moment there is this critical mass that you see that norms are changing in society. And then in all those areas, societies are becoming more inclusive. We started today with the remembrance of the great economist who passed away. And let me end by sharing also a sad observation. Last night, the former vice president of the World Bank for South Asia, till a year ago, Hart Shaver, Last night, he died in Austria of a heart attack, and many of you will know him. He loved South Asia, and Bangladesh had a special place in his heart. So we all will miss him a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hans Timmer. We've had a series of papers that were being presented yesterday. We have a few more lined up today. There'll be 2 sessions back to back. In between, there would be definitely tea and coffee break, after which there would be a panel discussion after lunch, and as usual, the closing ceremony and all that. We're going to move on to the next session, but before we do that, I forgot to play the video yesterday, but better late than never. We'd like to show you a video on social progress in South Asia. If you could kindly play the video.
Economic growth in South Asia has lifted around 250 million people out of extreme poverty over the past 2 decades, but it has not benefited all groups equally, and social progress remains elusive. South Asia has among the world's highest inequality of opportunity. Between 40 and 60% of total inequality in the region is driven by circumstances out of an individual's control. These include place of birth, family background, caste, ethnicity, and gender. Intergenerational mobility in South Asia is also among the world's lowest. While the region as a whole experiences unfair disparities, there is a variation between countries. India and Pakistan display high inequality of opportunity. Nepal and Afghanistan show intermediate levels. And Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Bhutan have somewhat better mobility and equality of opportunity. Inequality of opportunity is unfair and inefficient. It prevents an optimal allocation of talent and reduces incentives to accumulate human capital and derails long-term economic growth. Reducing inequality of opportunity and increasing economic mobility is also an essential part of broadening South Asia's tax base. It should be a central part of current reform programs. Countries can become more egalitarian by improving access and quality of education, strengthening affirmative action policies, supporting small and medium enterprises, and reducing barriers to labor mobility. Ensuring economic growth is inclusive will help South Asia utilize its full potential and achieve its development goals.
To conduct the next session, I would like to invite Dr. Zoe Liu Xie, Senior Economist, Chief Economist Office for South Asia World Bank. Just to give a bit of introduction, Zoe Liu Xie is a Senior Economist at the Chief Economist Office for South Asia, where she leads the South Asia Economic Focus and contributes to analytical works on the region's macroeconomy. Her research has been published in peer-reviewed journals, including the Journal of Public Economics, the Journal of Monetary Economics, and the European Economic Review. Dr. Zoe received her PhD in economics from the University of Minnesota. Zoe.
Oh, yes. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming back and join us. So we have a shorter session today on education policies. The first paper is by Iman Siddiq. She's joining us online. And the second paper is presented by Hashibul Hassan. If Dr. Hashibul Hassan could join us on stage. Thank you. Iman is connected. Hello, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Okay, are you ready? I can announce the title and yes, so the paper one is called High Hopes and Low Budget, an empirical investigation on the impact of differential school investment in KPK, Pakistan. So yes, go over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. Today, I'm going to talk about Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, or KPK, which is arguably the least developed province in Pakistan. However, since Imran Khan's party, the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, or PTI, came into power in 2013, public services have significantly improved in the province. However, despite the widespread acclaim PTI has received for its work in KPK, many of their interventions have never been independently evaluated. Thus, in this paper, I estimate the impact of differential school investment facilitated by PTI on educational outcomes in KPK. So this study was motivated in large part by a 2017 Economist article on how PTI's efforts improve public schools and hospitals in KPK. Prior to Imran Khan's election as Prime Minister in 2018, this also seemed to be the national consensus. However, according to the Economist article, some of PTI's claims regarding public school enrollment were based on quote unquote dodgy data. And given these contradicting views, I wanted to understand the true extent to which PTI's investment in public schools had affected educational outcomes in KPK. And given the variation in school infrastructure investment across KPK, I used the difference in differences estimation, or DID, to answer this question. And what I found was that, at least in the short term, this investment has had no significant effect on educational attainment or enrollment rates in KPK. And so the study primarily relied on two sources of data. The first was the Pakistan Social and Living Standards Measurement Survey, or PSLM, and from which I was able to aggregate a number of educational attainment and socioeconomic variables at the city level from 2005 to 2015. And the second was the KPK Education Department's annual school census reports, which provide citywide metrics on the number of schools with basic facilities, such as water, electricity, toilets, and boundary walls. And using these reports, I constructed a basic facilities index, or BFI, and used this to create the treated or high intensity investment and comparison or low intensity investment groups, where cities above the median BFI were considered treated. And for the most part, as you can see in this table below, prior to PTI intervening in 2013, these two groups were quite similar, except for their BFI, where treated cities had a significantly smaller BFI. And this may also explain why these cities received more investment from PTI in the first place. And as mentioned before, I focused on two outcomes in the study: educational attainment and enrollment rates. Here we see that average educational attainment for individuals ages 4 to 19 is relatively similar over time for both the high intensity and low intensity groups prior to 2013. And this allowed me to assume parallel trends, the main assumption needed for DID to work in this scenario. However, you can see that following 2013, so the part of the graph to the right of the vertical line, we see a slight divergence in trends. Here for enrollment rates, we see similar trends in that prior to 2013, we see some convergence between the groups, and after 2013, we see a slight divergence. But to figure out whether these deviations are significant, we need to use DID estimation. So specifically, I used a two-way fixed effects model using city and year fixed effects and controlling for socioeconomic variables including literacy and employment rates, as well as estimated household income. I also clustered errors at the city level to control for unexplained variation and outcomes that are correlated over time. And here, the main coefficient of interest is the delta coefficient on the D subscript CT variable, which is an interaction of the treated variable and post-period variable. And so here we have a preview of the key results. And what I found based on the interaction of the treated and post-period variable is that school infrastructure investment has had no effect on educational attainment or enrollment rates. And in other words, there's no significant difference in educational outcomes between the treated and comparison groups. What I did find instead is that of all the socioeconomic variable controls included in this regression, the only one that has had a significant effect on educational attainment is citywide literacy rates. Similarly, when restricting the sample to only female respondents, we find similar results where school infrastructure investment has had no effect on educational outcomes. But again, literacy rates do have a significant effect on educational attainment, and here more so where we see a larger magnitude on the literacy rate effect. And so in other words, the more literate a city is, the more education girls will generally receive. And so to recap, I find that high levels of investment in school infrastructure have no effects on short-run educational outcomes in KPK. Citywide literacy rates, however, have had a significant impact, with every 10% increase in literacy accounting for a 0.18-year increase in educational attainment, which translates to around 1 in every 6 children receiving an additional year of schooling. And this is an interesting result as these results contradict popular beliefs on the success of PTI's policies in KPK. However, they don't come without their limitation. And so these include, but are not limited to, issues of statistical power relating to aggregating at the city level, sample size variation from the PSLM over time, and underlying differences between treated and comparison cities. We also need to consider that other less documented interventions may have also influenced these results, and also take into consideration that these results are not necessarily indicative of the success of PTI's other policies in KPK or educational policies related to investment in Pakistan generally. And with that, I think that beyond the obvious implication that governments need to design more effective educational policies, I believe the study also highlights the need for more transparency on public programs in Pakistan in general. In recent years, Pakistan has taken important steps towards achieving this through initiatives like Data for Pakistan. However, as the study shows, more needs to be done in terms of making data on public programs available and promoting independent impact evaluations. I wrote an article about this a few years ago on a related subject if anyone wants more information. But yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Iman. You're saving us a lot of time. Thank you for that. So next up, we have Dr. Hashibu Hassan to present delivering remote learning using a low-tech solution, evidence from RCT trial in Bangladesh.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So thanks BIGD and World Bank for inviting this paper to present. This is one of my PhD chapter or topic. It's pretty old, like 2 years old project, but this is the first time I am presenting this paper face to face. All the other conferences were like online because of COVID. And this is a COVID related paper. So it was like implemented in 2021, back in 2021. So this was actually the motivation of the paper. So when the COVID had started and all the schools were closed, we tried to intervene, or we tried to find some solution that is accessible, equitable. Most of the people from the society can access it. So then we were discussing how it can be done. So we found that in the world currently, so in this figure, what we try to show, most of the people has access to mobile phones, like featured phones, but very few of them using actually internet. That means online education or video based or non-video animated lessons were not very accessible to all participants or all children of the world, especially in Bangladesh as well. So we try to do something using feature phone. So feature phone has limitations. You can only pass voices or calls or SMS. These are the three possible ways. So then we find all the literatures or all the programs that were using that time feature phones. We found that there are many programs, like quite a few, 10 to 15 programs. Most of them were using one-on-one call. So like probably mentor or probably tutor is calling to the students or the caregivers. They're talking about the education. Some of them are like sending SMS, bulk SMS to nudge for education. But if we use one-on-one calls, it is very much like we need lots of manpower. So you can only talk probably 2 to 3 children at a time. Even if you do a conference call, you can probably call 5 people at a time. And also the study hours. So when the tutor's calling, when our mentors were calling in one of our past program, so probably the mother was busy that time. Probably she was cooking, or probably she was somewhere. And another problem is, like, some households only have one phones. So during the daytime, when our mentors were calling to the household, probably the father was outside going somewhere. So even this low resource is not always available for teaching purpose, for educational purpose. So then we are thinking we need something that is very much flexible. Flexible mean in terms of whenever parents want, they can call at their convenient time, and our support will be ready for that. But the problem is teachers, if we hire teachers, there was another program running at the same time where we were intervening the households by using one-on-one call by university volunteers. We are facing trouble of connecting. Then we come up with something, okay, let's try IVR, which is like interactive voice response system. So all the lessons will be recorded and will be stored in the telco server. So whenever the mother or parents get chance, they will call, they can access the lessons. So that was the idea first. So we developed a 15-week educational program that was funded by EdTech Hub and also co-funded by World Bank. So we developed a 15-week program, 75 lessons there were. And lessons were different proficiency levels, which means lesson from 1 to 25 is low proficiency lessons, and like lesson number 75 or 70s are the high proficiency levels. So we stored all lessons in a telecom server in Bangladesh, in Mohakali. And we given the number to the households or caregivers. So this is the number you can call there. So if they call, we reject the call from our server and we call back them. So they receive a call, and there was some options. If you like to listen some numeracy lessons, you can press 1. If you like to listen some literacy, you can press 2, likewise. So this is all interactive through buttons like 1, 2, 3, 4 keypads. So we covered 3-part numeracy, literacy, and non-cognitive skills. There were total 75 lessons, 5 lessons per week, but there was no restriction. So we didn't say you have to complete 5 lessons in a week, or we didn't say you can't complete 10 lessons in a week. That's up to them. Each lessons were like around 16 to 18 minutes. And these lessons were actually pre-recorded conversation. So we contracted with a group of education researcher. They record in a studio. So there were 4 characters, 1 teacher, 3 students. Okay, so they were just discussing some topic in audio, like they were just talking about something, and they were responding, or they were answering, they were making questions, and we record the conversation and we stored in the server. So this method called interactive audio instruction, this is quite old method. World Bank for the first time had used it like in 1950s in Nicaragua. So that was a interesting paper and interesting program. We tried to use it for the low resource setting. The only difference is previously World Bank tried it through radio. So that's why they called it IRI, interactive radio instruction. But we use it, the same technology, through IVR. That's why we used IAI, interactive audio instructions. This platform can be done through MP3 and whatever format you want. So this is the background, and this is a short timeline. So it was completed in November 2021. Okay. So I'm not discussing this detail. We used RCT, like a clustered RCT. So there was like 222 villages, and we randomly select 90 villages from the sample. And we split it in 3 groups. One group is T1, like standard. Another group is extended. In T1 or standard group, we provide 2 module, numeracy and literacy. And in the other extended group, we provide three lessons. We add non-cognitive skills. And in the control group, another 30 villages, there was nothing. We provide no intervention. So then our main research question was whether this IVR is effective. This is our main question we try to see after the program. And there were some other questions, but our main purpose was to measure the success. We used several outcome variables like normal test, one-on-one test, that was 80 marks test, and other non-cognitive skills. So a survey-based non-cognitive skills. And we also had some secondary outcomes, like whether mothers are giving more times or students are giving more times, kind of like this. So I'm going to present the results first, starting with the uses. So our first question was, So our first motive, we are trying to see whether this program is successful or not. So the success of the program depends on if our audience listen the program, then we can say, okay, so they're listening. If they don't listen, it doesn't matter how beautifully we are making it or not. So the main, that's why we stressed our results section. We start with the uses. Our first question was whether numeracy modules are more demanding compared to the literacy, because we saw in our previous surveys and all, children find difficulties with numeracy. So we want to see first whether any differences. We see there is a little preference of numeracy skills compared to the literacy skills. So they tend to use numeracy lessons. They tend to listen numeracy lesson more. In the y-axis, we put the numeracy lessons. And then we want to see whether any differences between the treatment group, 2 treatment groups, like extended or standard group, whether they are listening preference is similar of these 2 groups or dissimilar. So we found that this is more or less similar. Then we want to check how many hours they actually listen the lessons. We found that total each student listens 7.3 hours of lessons during the program, which is around 43 minutes on an average, 43 minutes of listening per week, where our expected listening time was around 60 minutes. So which is not that bad, because Some people are not, didn't listen at all. Like you can, if you see in 0, you can see that like 50 to 60 household never participated. They listen none of the lessons. So if you average all of them, that means who are listening, households, they listen like on an average good. Okay. So we try to present all the results in this only one slide. We want to make it short. So in the left hand side, like figure 4a, that is learning outcome. It is grouped by all sample and boys sample and girls sample. So it is on standard SD effect size in standard deviation in compared to the control group. So you can see this, there is large effect, and also girls did a little bit better than the boys sample group. But however, we didn't find all the other outcomes. We didn't find any effect. So we can't say there is no effect, but we failed to underpin it. There was no effect in our other outcomes, like as our non-cognitive skills, impulsivity, or leadership. And why we are focusing leadership? Because in our module, there was one non-cognitive skill module that actually focuses on some part of leadership. Like they try to give some examples how leadership can work, some examples of like our national leaders or international leaders like this. We try to check whether these stories make any sense to the children. I forgot to say that, like mention, our children group was like primary graders from grade 2 to 5. Some people, very small group was 5. All the primary graders. We provide our intervention through the caregivers. Caregivers mostly parents, mostly mothers. 60 around 75 to 78% are mothers. In some cases, the siblings. So secondary outcomes, we didn't find any increased time of the student, but we see some effect of the caregivers. We see caregivers are giving more time who participated in the program. And we check some robustness, as there are multiple questions based on the survey data. So we try to check whether there is any experimental demand effect. We didn't find any such thing, or at least using our like survey. And also we try to check whether our assessment test was like reliable. We tried some differential item factoring test, and we found that this is more or less similar for each of the group. Then we try to see the heterogeneous effect. We see children from the poorer households, they benefited like better from the program. Like if you see the right hand side graph, poorer means like children whose parents are less educated. It's my mistake, not poor. So less educated, from the less educated family, they got better benefit from the program. So that was our only heterogeneous effect we observed. There are many in the paper, but there are no effect. So another thing, the whole idea of this program was about like scaling up and how we could like make it more like general. We can make it for all the people. That's why we did a separate section for scaling up. We see that if we scaled up this program, it may cost around like $15 per children, which is not very cheap. Like it is $15 per children is kind of expensive for a developing from the perspective of developing countries. But we see that if we do a LAYS test, like learning adjusted years of schooling, if we do that, we found that it's quite high. Like our LAYS estimate were 2.14 to 2.25, which is like quite big in terms of like per $100, which is quite big, like in terms of like other evidence we saw previously from the developing nations. And also our program gives individual treatment. That means it's not like school-based. It's like a personal level. So there is more chance to provide personalized learning. So which is also very interesting. So that's why this cost may be not that high as we are providing personalized learning. And also if it is like nationalized, or probably if we provide it like at large scale, the cost may reduce. So that's all like from my side, that as there is no question and answer session, I'm sure you have lots of questions, so I can answer those questions during our tea session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Very well timed. Thank you. Okay, so I'm giving a discussion on education policies, but to be honest, I don't work on education policy. So bear with me. I think all my comments are coming from more general economics perspective. And if you have questions, feel free to interact with Hashibo here, and although Iman is online. So I want to start with why we care about education policy, I guess, as a way to connect to the theme of the conference. So education expansion in South Asia. Well, in general, I think education improves economic prospects for individuals. And on the aggregate level, increases labor quality for the country. So it's always, a positive thing. And primary education coverage has increased in most South Asian countries in the region. So that helps reduce inequality, but then there's also large heterogeneity that exists. And I think Mauricio is going to talk about this in a little bit. The sanguine thing is that Bangladesh and Bhutan seem to be seeing rapid increase in primary education on the one hand. On the other hand, there's Afghanistan and Pakistan that seems to be lagging. So in this session, both papers try to evaluate education-related policies. The first paper looks at a more top-down education reform in Pakistan, whereas the second paper just presented evaluates an individual level program or intervention in Bangladesh. So for the first paper, it evaluates the effectiveness of this education reform in the KPK, one of the poorest provinces in Pakistan. So there's a large presence of this Pashtun ethnic group. That's what I read in the paper, although I don't think Iman mentioned this. So that's present in KPK. So overall, I think the program has implication in a nationwide sense, in that if the program worked, it could help reduce ethnic inequality on a nationwide. So the approach is different comparing cities that receive high versus low education infrastructure investment before and after the PTI reform. So it found no evidence of effectiveness of the policy. I have a few comments, more of a question, I guess. The first one is, I wasn't sure from reading the paper if there was any funding increase, because I think from the fiscal perspective, the reform that was implemented on a central level in 2010 in Pakistan mandated that provinces are to provide free and compulsory education to 5 to 16-year-olds. That's from my understanding. And so, which means provinces were given more responsibility to provide the services. And there wasn't any evidence, I guess I read, to say that there was commensurate increase in revenue share to the province. And then if not, then that could lead to a decline in the quality of services, especially education provided. And I guess related, so I wonder what drove the differential changes in investment across cities, which is the independent variable that the author investigates, and whether that correlates with any uncaptured characteristics that could affect outcome. So for example, was the investment change related to the level of enforcement of the mandate reform? If so, then maybe the analysis was really trying to capture a different level of enforcement of the mandate versus different, as opposed to different level of investment in city level. So my second comment is, what was the reason for the lack of result? I have a few hypotheses, and I wonder, what is plausible, or whether the author has some thought. So, for example, what is the bottleneck? Is it because there's lack of capacity to expand service delivery, which will be on the supply side, For example, maybe despite investment, there's not enough teacher to teach, or is it on the demand side that there's a lack of incentive to get education? And so my second conjecture is to whether there's enough time horizon between the time when investment effect was captured to the time when education outcome was looked at. So if that time horizon is too short, then there's not enough time to expand capacity, or the perception on the demand side to take up more education has not taken enough time to change. So, and my third comment is more on the measure of investment. So the author, I think Iman, in the paper is mentioned that for each city, the average across schools were taken for each measure of investment on infrastructure, for example, access to water, electricity, toilet, and border wall. I wonder if it's weighted by the size of the school. I think that is probably a better approach to weight by size of school, although if the measure is already constructed in the data set, then there's no way to do that. I also wonder, because my understanding is that the aggregate investment score, the BFI, is constructed as an average of 4 dimensions. So I wonder why those 4 dimensions and why construct the average? Why not just look at individual dimensions and see if any of those dimensions actually matter for the outcome? My last comment for the paper is I noticed, and Iman also showed this picture in her presentation, is the swing in educational outcome or educational attainment. And as you can see, the treatment and or control group sort of moved along together, but there was a big swing between 2008, I think, and 2014. And then the threshold year 2013 is right around the last decline of educational attainment. So I wonder what was driving all these big up and down changes. And the graph just looks too bumpy for my taste. So that's my comment for the first paper. And then for the second paper, so that's, as you recall, it's RCT using pre-recorded remote learning. I think the advantage, as the author already very aptly summarized, of pre-recorded learning is that it takes advantage of high mobile penetration in South Asia. It offers flexible hours of learning compared to live sessions. I think I also standardized the quality of content versus in person. Sometimes, depending on the teacher interacting with the students, you don't get good teacher or bad teacher. But this way, you having pre-recorded, at least you have a standard quality of content. I think it potentially improves the resilience of education that's related to the COVID part, or any COVID or natural man-made disaster. You have that similar kind of disaster, having a ready-made pre-recorded learning tool can keep the schooling going without interruption, so that potentially improves resilience. I think the really striking result is that what the author also showed towards the end, I think it's a great equalizer in the sense that the paper found students whose parents have lower education, that means they are in the first quartile to the left of the chart, actually had stronger treatment effect, meaning the students actually benefit more from having received this pre-recorded learning session if their parents are less educated. I think there's also a finding that students have stronger treatment effect if they came from households in lower income quartile, but is it? Yes. So yeah, I think that's very much relevant to the inequality opportunity theme. I have 2 comments for this paper. The first one is I think I read somewhere. Of course, there's always a trade-off between cost, standardization, and then the advantage of real-time interaction. Because in our office, one of our previous reports, we looked at this survey of national education responses during COVID. And one comment, so this is a survey of educators in different South Asian countries. And one comment that came out of Sri Lanka is that where they have teachers on hotline with students to answer student questions. basically a real-time interaction, and students found that was quite effective in addressing questions on subjects and improve the learning outcome. So I think there is a value to real-time interaction. Of course, that's more of a trade-off between, cost and of real-time interaction versus pre-recorded. My second question or comment is, I think one of the findings was that parents with the treatment group, the parents spend more time homeschooling. And I wonder if that's good or bad. I don't think the author has said anything whether it's good or bad. So why I wonder this is because parents need to monitor, I think parents need to monitor kids' learning on this treatment group. That's why maybe homeschooling increased. Would it require less time commitment by parents if the content was real time, or if there's a teacher monitoring the students' learning on the other side? And then the question is more time commitment by parents good or bad? On the positive side, it could be a good thing, like tag-on effect. There's more interaction, more support from the parents. Maybe kids are more engaged in education. In the future, the kids are more committed to education or learning. On the bad side, it could also lead to attrition over time. If the parents say, oh, this requires too much commitment of my time, then maybe I don't want my kids to do it. So I think there are two sides of the coin. I wonder if the author has any take on that. So my last slide, I think there are a lot of lessons learned from myself, at least, from reading the two papers. They have very different approaches, obviously different countries. I think the first paper is looking at a top-down reform. I think it does require commensurate resource allocation to the specific parties or provinces implementing those reforms for the reform to have an effect. And it also requires incentivizing both supply and demand side for the policy to work. And the second paper is more of intervention on the individual side. I think it's important to think about the trade-off between delivering modes between in-person, virtual, pre-recorded, and real-time. So that's all my comments. Thank you so much. I think we have a bit of time. I wonder if the authors have comments. We actually have 7 minutes. Is Iman still connected? I don't know if Iman wants to come in.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, Zoe, thank you for those comments. I think if I'm recollecting correctly, I think a lot of the issues you pointed out have to do with I think data constraints to extent and data accessibility issues. I think one of the things you pointed out was about the BFI, for example, and for you were talking about how maybe weighing it by the size of the schools would be a more effective approach, or why each, I guess, facility was weighed equally. And I think I think the reason the BFI was constructed the way it is because the reports that were used to construct it were quite aggregate to begin with. And so it was, I think at the time, at least from my perspective, the simplest or more straightforward way to construct the index. And then to touch on the graphs, for example, and you're talking about the sharp changes in the graph, that I think I went over it very quickly in the presentation, but that had to do with, I believe, the PSLM data having a variation in sample size across years. And so it would, for some reason, it was almost every alternate year had a very high number, a very low number of sample size. And so I think when it was aggregated, you see I guess those sharp trends of it going up and down. Yeah, I think those are all of my comments, for now.
Thank you, Iman. Thank you for coming back. And hello, Hashibu, you have response?
Hi. So yeah, like thanks for the comment. Like both of the comments are very nice. Uh, about the second comment, like where the parenting time, whether there is any like spill or like they are probably more stressed or something like that. We had some measures like whether these more schooling time affect their income opportunity or affect their like mental health. We had those measures, but I didn't present it in the paper, like in the slides, but we had measure. We found that like these parents were not stressed with the homeschooling effort. The key change, the program is actually bringing a routine. Probably the parents, like the house are probably without school, probably parents who are not every day, they are not engaging with their children for education purpose. But as there are some programs and we are nudging through SMS to listen to complete our lessons, so probably they get an instrument to interact with their children. So okay, let's sit together and listen one of the lessons. We obviously delete or deduct the lesson time from how homeschooling time, because this is not homeschooling, this is intervention time. After that, even after deducting that time, we found that now in present of the or like with the intervention, parents are engaging much more. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Yep, that concludes session 4 on education policies. I think we have a break now. Mr. MC.
Thank you, Dr. Zoe. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want your daily dose of coffee, I think now is the time. So we're going to have a coffee break and we'd like to be back by 11:15. So roughly you've got about, according to that clock, you've got about 15 minutes. If you're not finished by then, you're most welcome to bring in your coffee and your plate back to the room. We don't want to be behind time, so we would like to start exactly at 11:15. I think if you could all take your seats. And if you could also request your colleagues or your friends walking around outside of this room, if you could tell them to come inside. We're getting ready for the last session where papers would be presented. If you could kindly be seated, we can start. And I'd also like to request the organizers to usher in the crowd that's probably loitering around outside. If you could also quickly settle in, we would like to start. This would be the last session where the 3 papers would be presented. I see a lot of young new faces, most likely budding researchers, young economists. Welcome to the room. This is the right place to be. Our next session, where we have 3 papers, but then before that, if you, any of the audience, if you'd like to post anything about this conference, use, for your Twitter handle, use @BIGDBRACU. And then at the same time, if you could also use @World Bank as Asia. The Wi-Fi password is Audi as in auditorium, Audi 1515. And you're also requested to follow the World Bank and BIGD's official Facebook page. For the next session, may I please request Dr. Munshi Sulaiman, who is the Director of Research at BIGD BRAC University, to come to the stage. Just a few lines on Dr. Munshi Sulaiman. He started his research career at BRAC's Research and Evaluation Division, RED, in 2004. His last appointment was a Director for Research, Monitoring and Learning at Save the Children in Somalia. He has a PhD in economics from the London School of Economics and Political Science, LSE, and had been a postdoctoral fellow at Yale University. This is the last session where 3 papers would be presented, followed by a panel discussion where eminent personalities would be present, and followed by, as usual, a closing remark at the very end. Dr. Munshi Sulaiman, I'll leave it up to you.
Thank you. It's not on yet. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Right, so this is the last session. You have heard more than a dozen papers. We saved the best ones for this session. So not to say the other ones were not good. All papers were great. So let's have all the presenters come to the podium. So we have 3 papers co-authored, each of them co-authored by multiple researchers. So for the first paper, which is an evaluation of a BRAC program or the ultra-poor graduation program, Maliha will be presenting. If you could please come up. Then we have a paper from India, which is looking at the affirmative actions, the theoretical modeling and empirical data to sort of support the model. The presenter is Shatonu Gupta. And finally, we have an impact evaluation of an entrepreneurship program, another BRAC program for the youth. The presenter is Marzouk and Hussein. If you could please come up. Right, thank you so much. So I believe we have an hour, so 15 minutes for each of us to present the papers. So without further ado, please, Maliha.
Hello. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Munshi. As the name of our paper suggests, we try to evaluate the role of coaching within bundled ultra-poor graduation programs. So a bit of context on ultra-poor graduation programs. Ultra-poor graduation programs are generally a big push program designed to bring people onto a trajectory out of poverty. It was pioneered by BRAC in 2002 and generally consists of issues like asset transfer, cash subsidies, skills training, and so on. The outreach of the program is immense. Different variants of the program has been adopted by governments and NGOs throughout the world, and its effectiveness is proven. However, the big challenge is that while the programs are effective, they're still expensive and difficult to scale up. What we need to do is we need more evidence on what components, we need to find out more evidence on what components of the program are essential and which components we can cut down on. So this paper focuses on the coaching aspect of the program. So what are we calling coaching? So here in this paper, we're referring to coaching as the skills transfer or supervision provided by program officers to the beneficiaries. This can be one-on-one or sometimes in a group mode. So coaching is an effective component of the program. However, it is one of the most expensive components as well. To put that a bit into perspective, it is almost as expensive as an unconditional asset transfer. And it requires a high human resource capacity due to its generally one-on-one nature with the beneficiary. All of these render coaching a bottleneck on scale up. And we want to investigate the impact of variations in coaching on several welfare components, as well as the mechanism through which it could work. So our study is embedded on an experiment that we conducted on the 2016 cohort of BRAC's ultra-poor graduation program in Bangladesh. To summarize, the 2016 cohort included an asset transfer, an unconditional asset transfer, a subsistence allowance, coaching, and some education, health, and other miscellaneous related education, and some community and social services. A bit of information about bit more information about this cohort. Less than 3% of the beneficiaries received an asset package that did not include a livestock, and more than 90% of the beneficiaries actually opted for cows. The coaching aspect continues to 18 months after the asset transfer. And the coaching sessions generally include life skill training, such as how to manage, not generally, this is a specific syllabus, sorry, such as how to manage a business, how to care for the received assets, and some health and education related guidance. Each coaching session generally lasts for half an hour. So we had 3 different kinds of coaching embedded within the UltraPro graduation program. The first variant was weekly one-on-one. So what this means is that the program officer visited each beneficiary at least once every week. The second variant is one-on-one coaching once every 2 weeks. And the third variant is one-on-one coaching once every 2 weeks plus group meetings. So what are these group meetings? These group meetings have the exact same syllabus as the one-on-one coaching. However, the program officer visits a group of 6 to 9 beneficiaries, usually in one of their own homes, and discusses the same issues. The baseline data for this research was collected in 2016, and the end line was collected in 2022 after the COVID shock, giving us a 6-year horizon. We want to see, does the 2016 UltraPro graduation program have positive welfare and labor market effects on recipients, even after 6 years in the context of a large covariate shock, that is COVID? Are these effects sensitive to the type and amount of coaching within the bundle UltraPro graduation program? And if coaching does work, we try to see some mechanisms through which it could be working. Okay, I will spend a bit of time on the experimental design. So this is a cluster randomized control trial, and the unit of randomization is Bragg branches. So Bragg branches are the geographic and administrative unit through which Bragg gives its UltraPro graduation program. And the entire sample is stratified by district. This means that we had 11 districts, and each district had exactly 8 branches, and each of these branches was randomly assigned into either the control group or one of the treatment groups. Our total baseline sample size was 8,468 households, and our attrition was 13%, and this was uncorrelated with treatment status. And we had a compliance rate of more than 90%. We used an intent to treat to estimate the effect sizes, and we controlled for interview dates of both baseline and end line. We put district fixed effects. Districts are our level of stratification, and we clustered our error by Bragg branch, which is our unit of randomization. In our robustness studies, in our robustness checks, we also included a baseline control vector to see if our results still stand, and they do. Okay. So just going back to the question, we're trying to see the impact of the program and the different coaching variants for our first research question. We consider the impact of each treatment on a range of pre-specified welfare outcomes, such as assets, consumptions, earnings, hours, etc. We find a large and significant effect on all outcomes except consumption. And these results are comparable to previous studies and robust to various research designs. And all monetary values here are represented in US dollars, 2016 purchasing power parity. Before getting into the results, I would just like to explain how the table is arranged a bit. So the columns are actually the outcome variables, the first being assets, second being consumption, third being earnings, and so on. And we are comparing each treatment arm with control, not with each other yet, because we want to see if each of the arms are effective. We have different sorts of estimates, but for simplicity and time constraint, I'll just focus on the percentage changes, treatment versus each of the control. So if we look at assets, we see that for all of the treatment groups, asset almost doubles. Now, if we look at consumption, we see that we do not find such a large effect when it comes to consumption. We do see significant increases in earnings. This is kind of interesting, and it's going to be relevant in a later table. Point to be noted, almost none of the households were given land by the program. But land also sees a significant, there's a significant impact here across between treatment and control across all the treatment groups. So that's interesting. Then we have hours worked, and we see that hours spent behind livestock rearing increases significantly, which we also know from previous papers. But what is kind of different from previous papers is we do not see that hours worked in casual day labor are significantly decreasing. So if we look at, instead of just looking at assets on an aggregate level, we also want to look at disaggregate the impact on assets. So we previously saw that there's tremendous impact on positive impact on the amount of land owned. However, whether a household owns land or not does not see an equally large impact. So this large impact in the amount of land owned is being driven by a minority of households. Now, I also previously mentioned that more than 90% of the households actually opted to have cows. So all of these treatment households probably had cows to begin with, but at the end, we can see that if we see only 1/3 of them would end up having cows after 6 years of the intervention. But we do see in the next column that the number of cows sees a more than double increase. So this huge increase is again dominated by that minority of households who are actually able to get into that positive virtuous cycle of livestock accumulation. I'll skip the rest of the things in this table and just try to focus on what actually that means. Okay, let's just move on to question number 2. An important aspect of our paper is the experimental variation in coaching. So we saw so far that the program works and each of the variants of the program works. But one important contribution of this paper is, are these variants significantly different from one another? Because if they're not, we can perhaps deliver a cheaper ultra-poor graduation program, thus increasing its effectiveness on an extensive margin, although reducing it on an intensive margin. So what do we see? If we look at the first table, this is the same table that I first presented, but I'm highlighting a different section. We'll see that the p-values are quite large when I compare each treatment group to one another, which means that these coaching variants are not significantly different to one another when it comes to their impact on asset accumulation, consumption, earnings, livelihood, and etc. This means that relatively less resource intensive version of coaching is just as good, and therefore removing one important bottleneck of bringing the graduation programs to scale. Okay, so our third question was, if coaching does work, exactly how does it work? So studies on the graduation program have concluded that coaching is effective using coaching versus no coaching comparisons. We accept that, and we try to see how it might work. Our study cannot definitively do that, since we cannot compare the different coaching arms to a no coaching version of the program. We try to see if the program with coaching variations has impact on things like skills transfer, psychosocial and financial inclusion, social inclusion, and some other things, which we directly take from the coaching syllabus that was given to the beneficiaries by the program officers. So I won't discuss all of the different indicators that I talked about. I'll just go through the skills transfer perspective. So what we did is we went to the beneficiaries and we asked them if they feel more equipped to start a business, if they feel that they have better access to better medical care now, if they feel that they are better equipped at collecting debts, and so on. And we do not find significant impacts across any of these. And the picture is quite same for psychosocial outcomes, social inclusion, and financial inclusion, except for in the last, we find significant impacts in savings. So we can conclude that there is a virtuous cycle of asset accumulation, a virtuous cycle of land accumulation, and a virtuous cycle of perhaps savings. And we do not find impact on psychosocial and other social inclusion outcomes. So what does that mean? We find broadly similar results for financial inclusion and psychosocial indicators, as I said. We see this as a puzzle, as we do not find any impacts on any variant of the program on these aspects. We hypothesize that this could be because coaching works as a commitment device, putting some households on a virtuous path of asset accumulation. To conclude, the program works, and each of its different variants with different types of coaching works. We observe no significant difference between the treatment groups, and a smaller big push is just as good as a larger big push, and we could probably cover more people with it. And regarding how coaching works, we don't want to suggest anything, but we do feel that our results are counterintuitive, and it remains a puzzle to us. Thank you, everyone. And if anyone has any suggestions or questions, you can discuss them with me or email us. So thank you.
Thank you, Malia, for keeping time, and lots of tables, lots of numbers, but a crisp message. So I love that. Santanu, please.
This one. How do you go down? Down, page down. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, the World Bank, for giving this opportunity. Since this is an international audience, let me just give you a context. Let me just explain the Indian context in a brief while. Affirmative action. So in India, job opportunities are scarce. So one way, and what is most prized is public sector jobs are very prized. Public sector jobs have good perks. They have better salaries and stability in income. They are so no hiring and firing. So there's a huge craving for public sector jobs. And amongst the public sector jobs, the Union Public Service Commission jobs are the most prized. The IAS, the IFS, they are the most prized in the sense that people try for 7-8 attempts. There is also a fixed on the number of attempts that one could take. So this is what it happens. And obviously, there is a clinging, and there's a lot of heterogeneity in caste also, and the weaker sections of the population, basically the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes, have low representation everywhere in higher institutions, in jobs. So there is a quota of the public sector jobs which is kept aside for them. Now, the question is, does increased access of higher income jobs for these categories, increase the incomes of these categories? And do reservations help increasing the expected incomes of disadvantaged category? Now, the question is, does it actually help them? Because it is true that you have low representation of these categories. Why is that the case? The two reasons that you have low representation of these certain groups of population is if there is explicit discrimination in hiring, which is actually not the case in India, but they're not as equipped as the general category. They require more training and skills to be equally competitive as the general category. If that were the case, if jobs are very few, they will not try in the first place, because such jobs require you to get some training, which is a cost. If you are successful, you're definitely better off. But if you are unsuccessful, you have the costs with you, but you do not get the advantages of the job. So you're actually worse off than not having tried at all. So reservations are in a way to induce these people to apply for these jobs. So that is the reason why. Now, the question is, does it help increasing the, so when we think of reservations, people actually think it's a transfer from the rich to the poor, from the general category to the disadvantaged category. Is it actually the case? Not necessarily. So people look upon it as the general category is losing out and the reserved category is getting benefited. Not necessarily so is what I want to point out, because what happens is, look at it from the disadvantaged category. So these people people were not trying out in the first place. So they were having low incomes in the first place. Now, when you reserve a certain kind of jobs, so there will be more people applying for these jobs than the number of jobs created for them. So some people who get through, apply and get through are definitely better off. But people who actually try, get the training, spend on the training and do not get through are worse off. So, there are people not trying at all. So the average incomes I show actually remains unchanged. Look at it from the general categories point of view. If the general category of jobs are very few, so in this case, what happens is once reservations are in place, there are lesser number of people trying for such jobs, and therefore there are fewer successes. True, because the number of jobs for them have decreased, but there are fewer failures also. So the average income remains the same. So that is what under what circumstances does reservation work, in the sense that they push up the general category without hurting? When are they Pareto improving is something that I would like to see. So the model I have in this case is there are two types of people, G general and D disadvantaged category, and pi c is the proportion of people in each category, and there are two periods. In the first period, you can either study at a cost TC, and the training costs for the disadvantaged category is more than the general category, or join a job in the informal sector with a low income YL. In period 2, if you've not studied in period 1, you still earn YL. But if you've studied in period 1, you can try for a formal sector job, which is a higher income YH. And if you're successful, but in case you're unsuccessful, you join the informal sector at a lower salary YL. So the probability of getting through a formal sector job is PC, and an individual would apply for a formal sector job only if the total costs is greater than the total benefit. So the costs in period 1 is the training cost, plus there's a probability of getting, plus a probability of not getting. So expected payoff in the second period should be greater than 2YL, which is the certain income that you get if you don't try at all. And you get a cutoff threshold probability beyond which you will definitely apply. So given that the training costs are lower, the general category would join a job at a lower probability of getting through. Now, the number of jobs, let J be the number of jobs as a proportion of the total population. Applicants in category C, if there are no reservations, the probability of getting through is the same for both the categories, and the probability of getting through is the number of jobs by the number of applicants. So now what happens is, if there are no reservations, what will happen? If the number of jobs are very small, neglected things, only some people from the general category would apply. In the second case, if the number of jobs increases further, all people from the general category apply and none from the disadvantaged category apply. In the third category, all people from the general category apply and some from the disadvantaged apply. And in the fourth case, everyone tries their luck with formal sector jobs, if jobs are plenty, if public sector jobs are plenty. Now, if you introduce reservations in this case, what happens is a proportion theta of these jobs are reserved for the disadvantaged category. Now, what happens is the probability of getting a reserved category for the disadvantaged category is this, and they also can try for their luck in the open market general category. And with reservations, the expected incomes also become different for the two different categories. And there are critical reservation values. So the point is, if jobs are still low, can it be the case that reservations help? If jobs are very low, everyone was getting a low income in the first place. Both the general category and the disadvantaged category were getting a low income. Now, if the proportion of the disadvantaged category in the people be very small, it is possible to lift them up above the base level, and reservations are Pareto improving. They improve the incomes of the disadvantaged category and without hurting that of the general category. When reservations, the second case is when jobs are high and all people from the general category, all from G and some from D apply, then what happens is reservations are not really prescribed for. What happens is, because you're hurting the incomes of the general category, they were above the baseline level, you're pulling them down, but you're not being able to pull the disadvantaged category up because increased incomes is being substantiated with increased failures. And the second case, the last case, is when there's a transfer of income from the general to the reserved category. So what is the empirical evidence? The best empirical evidence that you find about the impact of reservations if you go back to 1990, when there was the announcement that the Mandal Commission would be implemented. Now let me tell you what the Mandal Commission tried to do. Till before the Mandal Commission was implemented, you had only about 12.5% jobs reserved for the scheduled castes and 7% for the scheduled tribes. So it was 22.5% of reservations. With the Mandal Commission, a 27% reservation was given for another section of the population, which was called the OBCs, the other backward castes, bringing the percentage from 22.5 to 49.5, a drastic increase in public sector jobs. And when we were in college, and Orijita was also a year junior, we were in college, there was the anti-reservation movement across colleges across India. So this was there was huge amount of discontent within the college students. So this was actually, so it was proposed in 1990 and it was implemented in 1st January 1994. There was a 4-year gap between the 4 years gap. So surprisingly, it did not result in caste wars as we would have happened. Something actually happened in between. Let me tell you what happened, because what happened is, if you look into the UPSC aspirants actually declined. UPSC aspirants actually declined in the process. The number of general category applicants actually declined. The top one is the total, and as you can see is the total increased. So the number of general category increased, the number of OBCs decreased, the number of OBCs increased, and the total increased. Now coming back to coaching, which was the first paper. When is coaching effective? Coaching is effective is if that coaching helps you, even if you fail in the current job, it helps you get into alternative jobs. Here what happens is, if you fail through the central UPSC, you can apply for the State Public Service Commission. It does, but it does not help you. The skill sets that you acquire, the history, geography, and civics that you mug up over the 1 years or the 4-5 years, doesn't help you to get a job in the private sector. So that way it is a waste. So effective coaching is a waste. So in a way it was actually good. The other very interesting thing that happened in the Indian economy opened up from the 1990s. The private sector increased immensely. I'm trying to gather the data to substantiate this argument. And the public sector shrunk, actually. The number of jobs in the public sector was actually shrunk. So the lure of public sector jobs actually became less over time within the 90s. Not only that, the number of people applying for higher educations or higher levels, PhDs and the MPhils, that dropped because there was so much of job opportunities. So the importance of public sector jobs inclined. So now there was also the talk that there is less representation should reservations be extended to the private sector, and as happens in Malaysia, and we would actually argue against it because that's a disincentive, and there will be a huge flight of capital if that were to happen. And I will stop out here. I have also given evidence in the paper as the reserved categories where you have reservations, but there were no candidates who applied in the first place. So you really have to taper the kind of reservations. Assistant professor in a Northeastern college, in some not so popular thing, there were no applicants in the first place, and you have jobs. So that's a huge waste. And there were jobs where there were no applications. There were jobs where there are no suitable candidates. So there are jobs remaining empty, and those are also the case when you have reservations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Santanu. Talent efficiency is a tough one, helping someone without hurting anyone, but you are getting at that, and it looks like affirmative action can achieve that even. We'll have sort of further discussion. I'm sure others will have many questions on this. Let's move on to the last presentation from Marzouk on this youth program impact evaluation.
Okay, so this is the definition of tough acts to follow. And with the lunch knocking on the door, I promise not to keep you for too long. Speaking about promise, the paper that I'm presenting is actually an impact evaluation of a BRACS program called Promise. And it provides entrepreneurship training and credit. And we look at labor market outcomes. So now when trainings are provided, such trainings are provided, we look at labor market out, we look at income and employment in terms of labor market outcomes. So there's a rich literature out there that have actually looked into these impacts. And here we've heard that coaching works, coaching doesn't work. Well, McKinsey actually reviews 12 studies in 8 different countries, and he finds there to be significant impact on employment in 3 of them, and on earnings in only 2 of them. Alfonsi again tested out impact of apprenticeship training, classroom vocational training, and they actually find impact on employment and income with classroom vocational training. However, only on employment in apprenticeship training. Moving on, one of the authors of this paper itself is Naranda, and he's here with us. He, on his 2021 paper, does find impact on both labor market participation and earnings for on-the-job training. However, our paper varies from just training because it looks at impact of training and loan. And it also, what it does is it also looks at the impact disaggregated. So it looks at the impact of just the training and the additional impact of the loan. So, moving on, as I've said, that it's a BRACS program called Promise. So it's BRACS Promise, and the program is called Promoting Business Incubation for Small Entrepreneurs. It started, so there are 2 cohorts. The 2017 cohort started their training in April, and the 2018 cohort started their training in March. Now, the participants of the training of the entire program were selected based on these eligibility criteria. Now, based on these criteria, an initial list was created. And upon further inspection, some of them were considered in the final list, and they are eligible potential participants. And some of them were not considered in the final list, so they were near eligibles. So they then later become our non-participant group. So the intervention itself had 4 broad areas. A classroom training, which there were 14 classroom trainings. So the classroom training had different economic modules that were, different entrepreneurship modules that were discussed. And these were discussed by, the sessions were sort of conducted by district managers of BRAC microfinance program. And then mentors were assigned to the participants. These mentors were assigned based on their experience in the field and them having had provided advice before. So it's based on that. And then loan was this, so some of the participants did accept the loans, some of them did not. But yes, so we have among the participants, we have all of them taking the training and some of them taking the loan. And this loan was provided by the BRAC's microfinance program. And the eligibility was based on the program's eligibility criteria. And then they were provided follow-up support by, those who received the loan were provided follow-up support on the loan by the BRAC microfinance program of officers. And those who received the training were provided follow-up support by the program officers. And they were also given a record book where they recorded the business records and books and how they planned the business and such. So now, as I've already mentioned, the participants and the non-participants were selected based on the selection criteria. So we could, on the 2017 cohort, we could reach 179 participants and 99 non-participants. So these were the people we actually interviewed. And in the 2018 cohort, we reached 307 participants and 389 non-participants, totaling up to 486 participants and 488 non-participants in the entire sample. Now, here I want you to have a look at the facts that there is more likely to be a person with disability in the participant group. We also see that people in the participant group are less likely to have a primary level education. They're more likely to have an HSC, which is higher secondary certificate, or an SSC, which is a secondary school certificate. Now here, I want you to take away 2 things from here. The fact that we have some that received training and loan, and some participants that only received training. And these 2 groups are different based on their monthly income and age. And also, there's more persons with disabilities that did not take the loan. So moving on. So the analysis was carried out. So we used propensity score matching. We used PS match 2. These were the variables that we used. So monthly income was basically the monthly per capita income of the household. The rest of them are rather self-explanatory. Ethnicity, we were looking for if they were Bengali or not, if they were of different ethnicity other than Bengali or not. That's it. And the rest of them are self-explanatory. And we use nearest neighbor matching method. I have the equations if you want to see them, but now the stage is set to ask the question if promise is actually promising. So let's see. So the impact now, when I'm talking about the impact of the intervention, I'm talking about both the people that the participants who actually took the loan and or only received the training. So we have both here. So we see that the program actually has an impact, a positive impact on income, a positive impact on their chances of being self-employed. However, there's a negative impact on their chances of being in a wage labor. And unemployment has also declined. So what I'm trying to say actually here is the fact that there is a shift from wage labor to self-employment. And there's also a decline in unemployment, and there's an increase in income. There's also a decline in, an increase in hours worked. As you can see, that there is also a shift in the hours worked from wage labor to self-employment. So quoting Dr. Mateen, there's an increase in incidence and intensity of employment. So again, it seems even more promising when we look at this table. As you can see, there is a significant impact for male in terms of income and employment, and same for female. But if you look at the percentage of increase in the income of the male participants compared to the female participants, it's almost more than double. It's a 47% increase in terms of female participants. And also their chances of being self-employed also increases by 52%, whereas that for the male participants is just 22.39%. Moving on, we also see that non-food expenditure increases, so which is an indicator that basically indicates that household income has increased and standard of living has increased. Now, as I've already mentioned, that we look at the impact of only training and also the impact of the additional impact of the loan. So here we look at the impact of only training, and we compare those that only receive the training with the non-participants. And like I've said previously, there is a shift from wage labor employment towards self-employed categories. And you can also see that in hours worked as well per day. However, there is not an increase, a significant increase in income. So now this is just for the training, the impact of the training. Now, if we look at the additional impact of the loan, we see that there is a return in the impact on income. There is a significant impact on income. So income increases when we do add loan to the training module or the training program. The rest of it is pretty much the same. It does decrease unemployment or likelihood of the participants being unemployed. And there is, again, a shift from wage labor to self-employed kind of labor. And then there is, again, a shift in the hours worked as well, as you can see from here. So finally, we have a decline in likelihood of participants being unemployed. We have a shift from wage labor to self-employment. And what's important is the fact that there is a more pronounced impact on female employment and income compared to that for the male participants. And finally, the loan provision, the loan part of it, actually gives the training program the push that it needs. So maybe that's the tweak we need in coachings. Thank you.
Thank you, Marjuk bhai. Great. So I will not bore you with repetition of what we have already heard. So as it's customary, I'll sort of have one or two quick reflection on each of these papers, and then what can we sort of take away from these three, which are somewhat similar but largely different studies in different contexts, targeting different groups. So I'll have sort of, I'll give one of my takeaways, and we can all have our own takeaways. So the first paper where we saw the marginal effect of coaching intensity, which was mostly about varying the frequency of coaching or the format of coaching, and we see at the end of the 6 years there is no difference among them. They are all largely positive. I think for policy, that's probably most what we care about. But there are also sort of a lot of interesting things, if we like, in between that we are missing out. And it's as much of a sort of, it's not a criticism, it's a self-criticism in some ways, also associated with this sort of evaluation. When we're talking about coaching, we're sort of thinking about training, but these interactions have many other elements. One obvious one comes to mind is troubleshooting. Every time there is this interaction, the participant explaining some problems, they're getting immediate feedback. So what is happening to those elements? Probably it's just shifting to a different format. There's probably less of regular troubleshooting, more ad hoc troubleshooting that is happening. And because of those adjustments, in the end, we don't see the sort of differences in impact. It would be interesting to be able to know that, because that's kind of the crux of the whole coaching, because we know from other research that coaching versus no coaching, you see positive effect of coaching. So coaching is important, but when we're getting into the intensity to understand what is the right intensity, we need to understand exactly what the coaching is doing. So it's probably more about qualitative understanding than sort of what we can get out of survey data. Moving on to the second paper, which is really interesting, and thanks for looking into disparity efficiency. I'm always quite scared when you sort of talk about parity efficiency, especially when it comes to any problem of inequality where we assume there would be some redistribution needed. And the work of Amartya Sen and all of their arguments are when we have affirmative action, we can have collective efficiency gains, even if it's not a sort of Pareto efficient for individuals, but collectively we can have more greater efficiency. But in your sort of theoretical model, and you really talked about it in the end, but I was looking at this cost, the training cost. So how does what's the benefit of the training cost? How does that play around in the model if that training that they're sort of going through or the skills that we're acquiring has some benefits other than getting the job or not? So I don't know the exact nature of the sort of recruitment process, but if it is only about knowing what's the capital of Madagascar, I know Antananarivo, and that helps me to get the job, but has no impact on anything else beyond that, then so that says something about the sort of recruitment process and system that can sort of incentivize skills acquirement, that will have other influences. So when we as looking at the model, my one deflection was maybe when I was reading the model, maybe you'll come up with a threshold where it'll say, so this is at this level, given this and these circumstances of income, this is the right level of quota that can be set. But I think this model probably comes up with something even more sort of important than just getting the right amount of quota. And then thirdly, on the impact evaluation of youth, I think we have quite a bit of evidence on the general impact of skills training, especially targeting youth. And one of my pet topic, a pet question for any skill training program is what happens when you scale it up? There would be displacement effect if you scale it up nationwide. So what can we now move from micro level intervention to see general equilibrium effect? Or when we're talking about the training and the trades, can we move out of this sort of typical trades of tailoring and hairdressing for women and motor mechanics for men? Can we think of new sector? Can we break down the sort of backward chain linkage, forward linkage, and have new sectors come up? So that's kind of something I mean, we all have to collectively figure out. So those are kind of some quick reflections as I was listening to these exciting results, well grounded on sort of strong methodology. So thank you for all of that. Now coming to a summary, so what do I see out of all of these three papers? So it seems like when we try to do an evaluation or look at a constraint, we try to look at that constraint individually. So we want to test what's the impact of skill. Does it help if we allow them to apply for a job with a quota? Those are individual constraints, but people's life, as we know very well, and it's kind of one of the obvious things to say, there are always multiple constraints. And the evidence kind of point towards that when you give that only skill, you see no effect. But as soon as you have microfinance, there is some complementarity happening. And the India paper also sort of suggests that quota needs to come with the right set of skill incentive to acquire the right set of skills. And then sort of from there, we go to sort of holistic program design so that we can address multiple constraints simultaneously. And sometimes maybe we get a little carried away. That's where this paper maybe brings us back, that when we're designing holistic, we try to put everything that is needed, but that may not be optimal either. So even then we need to think what is the right mix that we are sort of spending our money correctly, value for money, cost effectiveness, whatever we call it. So that's kind of my own takeaway. And with that, I thank you all for listening to all this presentation.
Thanks to Dr. Munshi Sulaiman and to all the paper presenters. We'll now have a lunch break. We'd like to be back by 1:10+1. After which there would be a presentation on the issues and challenges around social mobility in South Asia, followed by a panel discussion which would be chaired by Dr. Hossein Zillur Rahman, who is the chairperson of BRAC. So I look forward to seeing you there and engaging with our panelists and with our other speakers in either over here or through the networking session, which would be at the very end of today. So thank you so much. Please be back by 1:10+1 and enjoy your meal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I can see you. Can you say something?
Yes, hi, how are you? What's the weather like? It's quite hot here. I mean, we're stuck at home because there's some kind of, there was a strike yesterday.
Okay, 1 second.
I can hear you clearly.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, all right. I'm just, I'm
Do
waiting.
you see the stage?
Yes, I can see it too.
Okay, perfect.
So I guess people have gone off for lunch or something, right? So there's a break.
Yes, so we are starting now in 10 minutes.
Okay, I'm here.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Start. 4 minutes. So if you could kindly send me out also request some of the EIGT organizers to usher in some of the crowd still seated. Stable. The 2 more upcoming sessions are coming. It's a discussion followed by music session. General. So if all of you could quickly grab your seats. It's a presentation. If everybody outside has in this room, if you could confirm me, we can start. We're on time. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know that you so much. So much. If you are sitting there, start with a very good presentation. It's your sooner. Lucio Buscello is the lead economist and the chief economist office for South Asia at the World Bank. Focus on quantitative analysis of economic policy and development. Joining the World Bank in 2003, he worked at the organizations and universities. So holds a PhD in economics. It was published extensively on trade, growth, retail, distribution, journalism, and journal. So welcome, Lucio Buscello. Raise the expectation as an anticipation as going to be a practical. Let's see if I have something new to say. Almost 2 days of very interesting presentation. So I just think of the ideas that discussed. So as my name on this presentation is actually work so available online. Even the data that should be citizen of South Asia in terms of so we use the new survey. South Asia is so almost 20 points interesting. So if you look at the last thing, also see fair progress each famous region is South Asia. This is region well, is explained by circumstances. This graph is a version of Gatsby, which links relationship. Sort of
above what is predicted in terms of
their level of inequality of opportunity. So they are all above. Given that level of inequality in outcomes, they have a higher than expected inequality explained by circumstances. And that is their society is more fractionalized in a way. So that's another important thing that we want to keep in mind. So we have heard why is it important to look at this way at inequality. Just very quickly repeating things that we have heard, looking at inequality of opportunities is important for 2+1 reason. The 2 reason is that it's detrimental for growth and social cohesion. For growth is detrimental because we have heard this, a high level of inequality of opportunity depresses investment in human capital. People don't make the effort of accumulate human capital because they know that their position in the future is not determined by how much they learn, or even their parents. In South Asia is well known the son preference issue, that parents tend to invest much more in boys than in girls, simply because they observe that this pays off later in life. And it's also linked to the fact that the high level of inequality of opportunities is linked also to misallocation of talent. So for those two reasons, there is a depression on growth, but also society that are more split in groups, where inequality explained a lot by difference between groups, are also society that have a strained social contract, and so social cohesion is lower. And then again, from there, going to lower growth is something that is easy to show. The plus one, the other reason is that the two first that I discussed are more structural long term, but even in the short term, as this morning Hans was saying, when you are in a short term with crisis, you have to pass difficult reforms. If these reforms take care or don't abandon the attention to more fairness, they are more likely to be successful and accepted by the population. So there is also a good reason to look at this in the short term. Let me move now from the motivation to the main results. So this report has probably 7 key results that I want to highlight to you and summarize a bit what we have seen in very many details, country by country or case by case, at the regional level. Okay, so first of all, the first key finding is that you have heard this. On average in the region, the inequality of opportunity is very large. And we look at 2 outcomes. We look at consumption and education. These are 2 outcomes that we look at, the distribution of these 2 outcomes. On average, between 40 and 60% of the inequality in these 2 outcomes is explained by circumstances. So half of the inequality is only inequality between groups. So it's a large proportion. Okay, when you look at the second way that we look at these unfair distribution is the mobility, the intergenerational mobility. Again, what the indicator that we look at here is the probability of ending up in a better position in education when you are born from the bottom, parents that are in the bottom 50 of the education. And on average, you end up at rank 37. So if you are born from the bottom, from parents that have education in the bottom 50, you stay in the bottom 50. You basically are stuck. So there is also low mobility. And the third general finding is that, and you saw this in the video this morning, is that there is a ranking. Not all countries in South Asia are equal in their unfair inequality, but there are some that do fare worse than others. And we have 3 areas, 3 groups. Pakistan and India are at the top. They are the least mobile and the most unequal in terms of opportunity. Then 2 middle, Nepal and Afghanistan, and 3 that are a little better, that are Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Bhutan. So we could learn, we saw yesterday with Chetty, we could learn a lot by going to within a country in very granular sense. But here there's a chance to understand, and that's what we have struggled working on this, why some countries within the region are doing better than others. So there is more work to do there. The fourth stylized fact result that we find is that there seems to be an urban premium in the region. What these graphs show you are that for the different countries, for different cohorts, we are looking at the inequality of opportunity for two groups of people who are born in rural areas and people who are born in cities. And across the region and for all countries, there is the red line, the rural line is above the urban line. So if you are born in a city, there is still a large degree that your position is determined by things like your parents, your gender, and your caste, etc. But a little less than if you live and you were born in the rural areas. So cities seems to be a little better in terms of distribution of in this case education. And by the way, it's interesting that if we were to break this down between gender, we would see that the premium is even better for girls than for boys. So cities are better and are even better for women than for boys. So that's an interesting thing. Linked to that, when we want to look at the full spectrum of circumstances, not just whether you're born in a city or in a rural areas, but which region you're born in, which gender you are, and which social group. So we want to determine which is the circumstances that matters the most. The finding is that geography is the lion's share of the circumstances that penalizes the most in terms of the distribution, the inequality of opportunity. And you see that for most is well beyond 50% of the total of inequality of opportunity. So this echoes very much the story of Raj Chetty in his keynote lecture, that location is geography is really important. Two more quick findings, number 6 and number 7. Okay, number 6 is, now let's look at trends, not just what happened in terms of one moment in time. And to look at trends, we go back with cohorts to the 50s. And so we have collected a tremendous amount of data and harmonized a tremendous amount of data. And we look at what is the evolution through time of inequality of opportunity in terms of education in this case. And what you see is that throughout, as time goes by, a generation that were born more recently, their inequality of opportunity is decreased. Look at Bangladesh. Bangladesh has a very steep decrease in inequality of opportunity. And most countries do so, improve that. So there is something that is possible. Inequality of opportunity is not immobile and unchangeable, but has been reduced quite dramatically in some places. Not so much in Afghanistan and Sri Lanka, but Sri Lanka just started already at the bottom, has already quite a low inequality of opportunity, so stays low. And Afghanistan, we know that there are some issues behind that. Now, it's not the same in the 7th finding. It's not the same when we look at inequality of opportunity of consumption, another outcome, not education now, but consumption. And the similar graph of the one that you saw before, you see that these lines are much more flat than, they don't go down as much as for education. And there are 3 potential reasons for that. The first one is that the equalization in education was mainly raising the bottom, raising the floor. It was basic education that has become much more fairly distributed than other levels of education. And what matters for consumption is what actually matters for earnings, and having just basic education doesn't guarantee you a good access to labor market and earnings. And so that's why if you just equalize basic education, you don't get the equalization of income and therefore not of consumption. And the second reason is that even if we have been able, the countries have been able to equalize mostly quantity of education, so everybody gets an injection of basic education in terms of the same quantity, the quality varies a lot. And probably again, there is not fair distribution of the quality, and some school people access better school based on their circumstances, not based on their effort. So again, quality matters a lot because having good quality primary education guarantees entry in the secondary education and income and earnings later in life, and therefore consumption. The last reason why equalizing primary education doesn't translate in equalization of consumption is the fact that the labor market doesn't necessarily gives the same rewards to people that have different circumstances. Think of men and women. They can have the same level of education, same qualification, that men earn more than women. And so that's why we don't see that. So there is still work. The first was, it's possible to reduce unfair distribution. And we saw that has been done in education, but there is more work to be done to make it into incomes and consumption. So before I close, what are some reflection in terms of policy? What can be done? We have seen a variety of RCTs of efforts that have been made. So I give you more a bird's eye view of things that can be done. So first, let me start that there is demand for more equality. So governments should be encouraged by the fact that the people are demanding more redistribution. So probably there is public support for that. So, but building an opportunity egalitarian society is not an easy task. There's a very interesting 2 or 3 volumes that come out from the International Panel on Social Progress that has gave us a nice framework to think about policy to build this type of egalitarian society. And these policies you can group them in 3 buckets: pre-market or pre-distribution policy, which is preparing people to go into the market. And so it's a mix of education that we saw, training, but also how they start depends on what they get from their parents. So inheritance policy also counts as preparing individuals. Then there is in-market policy, which is the rules of the game. So regulation, how both a factor and goods market are regulated, technology, but even electoral system, the rules of the electoral systems are among these set of policy. And then post-market is the last bucket, which is mainly taxation and redistribution through safety nets. So I cannot discuss all of these, but in the report we discuss 3 sets very quickly: education, both the supply and the demand side, affirmative action, and labor mobility. So I said that there has been considerable achievement on primary education, but quality is still an issue, and also perhaps quantity in general. You saw that in terms of GDP, South Asia spends quite less than the global average. But what is a concern is the quality of the learning that students get. And again, it's very difficult. There are no good data or data that is easily comparable across countries. So this paper tries to do that. And what comes out is that South Asia, again, is quite low in terms of education. There is more work to be done on education. And on the demand side, we have seen also that you can't just offer education and improve, give more schools, build more school. You have to have people that want to go to school and see the incentive to go to school. And so this is especially a concern for women. And it changes the age at which they drop out. It changes across different countries, but there is more work to be done there, and we look at that in another report. In terms of the last two, and then I'm done. We had just now a session that was looking at affirmative action policy in India and the complications of doing that right. But the region has experience with this policy, and there are many studies on this. And although the judge is still out, there is evidence that they work. They are directed towards excluded people, and they benefit mostly excluded people. One thing that we don't know is the long-term impact. In fact, affirmative action should be just temporary fixes. They should be phased out, and nobody has done that yet. So the fact that we need to continue doing them is a signal that we're not doing them completely right yet. So, but that is an area that we think there is potential and more work can be done. And lastly, I don't need to convince you very much on this one, because yesterday the Chetty gave us quite a lot of evidence that you can cross the street and your life can change. So we did some work on a previous edition of the South Asia Economic Focus on Migration, and we find that within country, migration is very low. People don't seem to move very much. There are barriers to movement, and these barriers can be informational. They just don't know that there is an opportunity out there. They can be due to cost. Moving, after all, especially where there is no insurance system, is a very risky thing to do and costly thing to do. So if we can help people reduce this cost and the risk of moving, we can probably get a lot done in terms of reducing inequality of opportunity. So I stop there and looking forward for a nice debate. Thank you very much.
Grazie, Dr. Maurizio Busolo, for the presentation. And I think this presentation would be complemented by a panel discussion here. The panel discussion would be chaired by the chairperson of BRAC, Dr. Hossein Zillur Rahman, who is a prominent economist and social thinker from Bangladesh. He founded the Dhaka-based think tank Power and Participation Research Center, PPRC, in 1996, and was elected chairperson of BRAC Bangladesh in 2019. With a PhD in political sociology from Manchester University, Dr. Rahman has written extensively on sustainable urbanization, social protection, health, education, governance, and many more. He'll be the panel chair, and then we would also have 4 speakers, 3 of them joining in person, and 1 of them would be joining online. One of the panel speakers is Mr. Abdul Baki, Member Secretary, Industry and Energy Division, Planning Commission, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. Previously, Mr. Baki worked as an additional secretary in the Economic Relations Division, ERD, and has extensive experience in field administration, having served in various capacities in different areas of the Ministry of Information, the Department of Rural Development and Cooperative, the Ministry of Shipping, and many others. Mr. Baki completed his postgraduate degree in governance and development from BRAC University and has published numerous research articles on, among others, public policy, economic development, and development cooperation. We have Mr. Haris Gazdar joining us online from Pakistan. Haris Gazdar is a director and senior researcher at the Collective for Social Science Research, CSSR in Karachi, Pakistan. He also serves as the coordinator on social protection for the Chief Minister of Sindh and leads the design and implementation of social protection programs. Mr. Ghazdar holds an MSc in economics from London School of Economics and Political Science. We also have Ms. Shahin Anam, who is the executive director of Manusher Jonno Foundation, MJF. With extensive experience in both national and international organizations, she previously worked for CARE Bangladesh and the Ministry of Women's Affairs. Ms. Anam is a human rights and a women's activist and a strong champion of women empowerment, who regularly speaks and contributes articles in national dailies on women's rights issues. She holds a master's degree in social work from the Hunter College School of Social Work, New York, and another in psychology from Dhaka University. We also have Dr. Imran Mutin, Executive Director of BIGT BRAC University, Bangladesh. As in the capacity of the Executive Director, he oversees strategy implementation, resource management, and stakeholder relationships. He's also a visiting fellow at the London School of Economics and Political Science, LSE. Dr. Mutin holds a PhD in economics from the University of Sussex, UK. With all your permission, I'd like to request the chair and also the panelists, please come onto the stage. There would also be an interactive session. So our audience, if you have questions in mind, you can note them down. Sir, however you feel comfortable to moderate this session. Wonderful. And Mr. Haris Ghazdar is also with us. Wonderful, sir, if you may. I think we would need some microphones. I think we would need some handheld microphones.
Haris Ghazdar, can you hear us? We can't hear you. You are muted. All right, I think he'll sort out the technical problem. Welcome to this policy sort of concluding type of session. We have about an hour. I'm just giving you the time breakdown. So we'll take about 30 plus minutes for the panelists. We want to bring in the audience too, about 15 to 20 minutes, and start some concluding. All right. So I want to bring in the panelists twice in each intervention. If you could, around 4 minutes would be good. So a number of issues has been brought out in this last 2 days. There's congratulations to World Bank too for this very interesting report, which is be discussed quite a lot in the coming days too. So one question that I want to start with, and maybe each question need not be answered by all the panelists. You know, one issue which seems to have come forward is that rapid poverty reduction has not been accompanied by commensurate social progress. This is an empirical finding from the report. I think a bit of explanation of that would be of interest. Shaheen, would you like to go for that, or Imran, why don't you kick off on that particular question, this
Right.
puzzle?
Yeah, no, thank you. I think this is quite at the heart of the I think issue. And I think this is primarily due to the fact that whatever progress we have made in terms of poverty has been really at a very low end of poverty threshold. So what we have is a lot of progress in terms of moving out of poverty, but having a lot of people around what we call the near poor or the vulnerable non-poor. And I think this is the category that is extremely vulnerable to different types of shocks that we have seen even during COVID crisis, and the work that we did with PPRC clearly showed the vulnerability of this so-called, I mean, it's not so-called. I think it's great that we have made this big progress in terms of, moving a large number of people out of very low levels of poverty. But the fact that the next level of trajectory needs to be carved out. And I think this again relates to, if you think about social mobility, at least in terms of three domains, education, occupation, and income, we see clearly that there has been more progress in the education side. And again, that also in a very, very basic way in which we can calculate education, mobility, or opportunity inequality reduction, which is years of schooling. Now that says nothing about quality, and we have basically talked about that. Very similarly, I think in terms of income also, there's been a big shift in terms of quantity, which is just moving out of very bare, very rigid, very low level of poverty line. But if you think about quality of sort of transformation at the next level, that's where we are stuck. And the most difficult, where least progress have been made, is in terms of occupational mobility. And that's where we don't really see much of a transition basically happening. So I think, for me, the overall narrative is really around quality of mobility, and what type of interventions can really help us move to the next trajectory of quality beyond the quantity progress, quantitative first generation progress, I think that South Asia have generally been able to make.
Thank you, Imran. Can I bring you in, Haris Gazdar?
Can you hear me now?
If you could just increase the volume a little.
You hear me better now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay. So just building on what Imran just said, we have this divergence between poverty reduction and not so great social progress. And Imran has pinpointed the issue of quality as one of the explanations for this dichotomy. I want to take your view on this. Three types of explanations are on the table. Beyond this issue of quality per se, is the type of growth process that we have pursued in South Asia. Is that the explanation? And this could all be not just or, but and. Is it norms, detrimental norms, which prevent, for example, women getting, despite being educated, moving into remunerative employment? Or is it to do with the policy gaps, policy regimes? Your take on that, Haris Gazdar. Can't hear you again. It's not working. Haris, just give us a minute. Haris, can you take off the headphone and try again with the mic?
Lost in full.
He's reconnecting. So let's wait for him to connect. So let's bring in the government person and reserve our firepower towards the end.
Yes.
All right. So Mr. Abdul Baki.
Yeah.
So in your experience, how important have you seen the issue of progressive policies, affirmative policies, redistributive policies, etc.? How important has it been? How much of a priority government in Bangladesh, but also in South Asia, as a way to address this issue of social progress?
Thank you very much. Actually, Bangladesh, we know the last couple of decades, we achieved tremendous, especially in the poverty reduction. But the question is what Mr. Imran, the quality and tomorrow's force. Sometimes we call today they are climbing up the poverty line, but maybe some shocks, man-made or the natural, they again going back to the poverty line. So, and another issue is the occupation issues, and the affirmative actions. Definitely, it's one of the major policy interventions could be to take out the social mobility issues. And the key presenter rightly mentioned that South Asia is the one of the lowest social mobility in comparison with other regions, and Bangladesh is not out of that. And Bangladesh is Bangladesh also in the bottom line of the region. So in some cases, affirmative actions, and it is also mentioned in our constitution. The Article 15 the government will take necessary measures for the bottom line people, and there are so many issues mentioned there. And in especially the service area, the government employees, government employment, there are so many affirmative actions have been taken. But in the first class jobs, the government revisit these policies. But I think the progressive issues, progressive taxations and other issues, and also the quality of education. The Bangladesh only the resource allocation is one of the major issue, and we found that in the presentation that the average South Asian allocation in education is 3%, but Bangladesh is also again below that level. We spend only 2%. We can spend, and at the end of the year, you can find at the financial year that there are huge unspent money again going back to the finance division. So the quality investment and also the quality service delivery, that is very important. And the affirmative actions, if it is associated with proper affirmative actions, in case of the government employment, we found that these sort of affirmative actions also some sort of create some extra mileage to the specific group, not it taken by cover all the groups, especially if we consider the ethnic group in the government service. We can find it in different studies, especially back in 90s or early stage, that the benefits going to some specific area, it's a specific group of the ethnic people, not cover all the. So the reaching to the extreme areas, extreme poles, that is very important.
Thank you, Mr. Baki. So I don't know whether Haris is now activated. Haris?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
But
or you can now.
I can't hear you now, unfortunately. Can you speak closer to the mic?
Oh, because I wasn't.
Thank you.
The mic, so should I repeat the question, or can you
If
just?
you can, please, yes. If you can just quickly
What I
repeat
was
it, yes.
saying is that we have the not so commendable social progress vis-a-vis quite rapid poverty reduction in South Asia. Explanations for that, we are seeking explanations. Some have been identified: quality, lack of focus on quality, translating affirmative policies into actual action, that's an issue. But there are other issues like like, is it social norms? Are there potential barrier? Is it policy gaps, which is the barrier, or is it about specificities of the growth process that we are pursuing in South Asia?
Okay, thank you very much. And it's so nice to see you, Hussein Bhai and Imran Bhai, after such a long time, even if it's by Zoom. And I hope that we do meet again quite soon. I have a slightly different take when I read this report, and I've recently also read the World Bank's human capital review for South Asia, for Pakistan actually, which does a very interesting comparison with other countries of South Asia. And I think that it's partly that, at least actually when I look at it from the point of view of Bangladesh, I find that since its independence, it's actually done remarkably well with respect to human development, with respect to gender equality. And what I find very, very interesting and very exciting and very, very insightful here, or potentially a source of big insight, is that its advancement with respect to human development and gender equality seems to be very closely linked with its economic achievements. So I think that, at least in the case of Bangladesh, I think that it's telling us a story which is somewhat different from the story being told for other parts of South Asia. Of course, there are common factors. And then I'm going to let me talk to you about another thing which I found positive in this report, in spite of all of the factual things which are negative. And then I'll basically try and reflect on some of the lessons that I'm learning from this. The other positive I see is that if you look at the levels, and also if you look at progress with respect to human development, with respect to poverty, and a whole host of other indicators, then South Asia seems to lag behind. And in this particular report, what they're saying is that if you look at comparable countries, its equality or its inequality of opportunity is higher than comparable countries. And I think all of that is correct. But a very striking thing in this report also is change over time and change in various kinds of inequalities over time. And there I find some very interesting insights. So for example, they've developed a very interesting method of comparing social groups which are deprived compared to those which are not deprived, and to track their progress over time. And they find that changes in the reductions in inequality are of a huge scale, right? And that's partly because the groups that started off badly, so for example, in the case of Bangladesh, I think the groups they've taken the example of rural Sylhet women versus urban Dhaka men, right? And then tracking their educational progress over time. And they find that by leaps and bounds, the rural Sylhet woman has actually come up, right? Has not come up to the level of the Dhaka urban man, but nevertheless has narrowed the gap tremendously. And similarly, in the case of Pakistan, they're comparing, for example, urban Punjabi man with rural Balochistan woman. So rural Balochistan woman is still very, very deprived with respect to education and consumption, but she has narrowed the gap by huge leaps and bounds. Okay, so I think that part of the progress story in South Asia is often missed in these commentaries. But nevertheless, we are still the repository of, in global terms, of undernutrition, poverty, food insecurity, and so on. Now, what do we draw from these? So I feel that if you look at the European experience with respect to investments in any of these outcomes, it hinges on an economic model where you have concentration of capital and labor in the industrial sector. And the industrial sector not only was a producer of wealth, an accumulator of wealth, but it was also the main taxpayer and an exploiter of labor, right? So then you have a social compact in the form of a social welfare state where the industrial sector or the industrial capital agrees to pay for the uplift or to pay for a social protection floor, pay for a social welfare state in order to avoid the outcome of revolution and the outcome in which the entire system gets disrupted. Now, the South Asian model of development, particularly, if I look outside of Bangladesh, I think is a very, very interesting innovation within that. But if I look at India and Pakistan, they're also very different, but nevertheless, the big growth sectors, finance, real estate, technology, are those which are not employing that many people. And much of labor is going into the gig economy, keeping people at the reservation wage, right? So hence, in this very report, they talk about a huge and very conspicuous rise in the proportion of wealth owned by the billionaires in India. They don't have that comparison for the countries, but it's basically for the BRIC countries. And correspondingly, what they find in this report is a huge opinion in India for income redistribution, right? So it's basically this conspicuous accumulation of wealth in sectors which are not employing very much. So basically, a lot of this growth is not actually generating employment. And in any case, the employment which is generated is kept at reservation wages. So wages are not rising just because the way that the labor market functions. So I think that those are important lessons to draw from this, that how much growth will actually fuel reduction in inequality, what will be the political economy of that. So I'll end there and wait for the further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. And pointing to particularly looking closer at the particular growth process, and it's linked to these outcomes that we are thinking about. Coming to Shaheen Anam now, if I take the example of Bangladesh, but we're talking about South Asia as a whole, women have progressed on certain variables, education, even on certain health variables, but on economic variables, there is still, for example, the wage gap, the lower levels of participation. So where do you see the hurdles for women to make the next round of progress? And what are these hurdles? Can they be challenged? How easy are they to address? Shaheen Anam.
Thank you. Well, when we first going back to what Imran said and what you asked him about that poverty has reduced, but to that extent, the social mobility or the inequality has not. And I see this really as, although poverty has reduced, the social position of people has not changed that much. So we still live in a very class-based society. There's no doubt about that. And that's true of all of South Asia. But if I speak of Bangladesh, although with education, things have moved, but really at a very low level, as you said. Now, we don't expect a rickshawala's son to be a rickshawala. That's true. But when that son gets an education, grows up, the opportunity for him or her to get an employment is so limited unless we from the elite class takes an interest in that son, in that person, and make a recommendation, even if I want to give a very, real experience that my help who does our construction work, who does painting in our house, he has educated his daughter from Daffodil University in software engineering, and he's not being able to find a job for her. Another driver of mine has educated his daughter from Daffodil University in MBA. He's not being able to find a job for her. Why is that? They have such limited access. So talking about women, I'll go back to your question that what is the hurdle? Yes, norms and practices and the whole social fabric that keeps still women in subjugation, in discrimination. And it's needless to say women have made a lot of progress in Bangladesh. We all know that, so I'll not repeat that. But who has made progress? Which group of women? We have to remember that women are not a homogeneous group. There are different groups of women. There are ethnic women, women with disability, less educated, less income, from low income group. So those who have progressed is another class, but those who are being left behind is really being left behind. And what about women who stay at home and don't earn an income, but do care work? What about this huge number of women? What is their chance of social mobility? Another very important factor. In Bangladesh, 51% girls are married off before the age of 18. Let's not forget them. Where is their chance for social mobility? All their potential comes to an end as soon as they are married. That's a reality. Yes, some of them might break out of that and come out and, get higher education and go somewhere. But basically what I'm trying to say that unless I know we will not have a classless society in many, many decades, but unless we change our mindset towards how we see people, how we perceive them, what is their importance at different level of employment they have. Generally, people who work with their hands have less prestige. People who work with their brain have more. And I don't mean hand computer. I mean really working in, hands-on, like construction work or farm work. They are considered less prestigious, less likely to get opportunity than those who get a better education and can, access. So for me, I'm a human rights activist and I see everything from the human rights perspective. And I really think that people's human rights are violated when we deny them access to opportunities. And that's true of marginalized people, of different groups of people, people living in, I'll just end in 1 second, people living in far-flung geographic areas, ethnic minority people, many religious minority people, sex workers, the untouchable community, and many, many, many women. So for me, it's really a matter of class and position of people in society that keeps them subjugated.
Thank you, Shahinanam. Want to extend the panel to the audience now, not just to ask questions. I'll ask a question. I want responses from 2 members from the panel. There was an interesting observation in the report just before this panel that the inequality of opportunity did not translate into commensurate inequality of outcomes. Inequality of outcomes was less than the inequality of opportunity. Is that the presenter, was that a correct formulation? From your table, I saw that you seem to imply that if we look at the inequality of opportunity and the actual outcomes seem to be better than the inequality in opportunity. Is that a microphone? Yeah.
Yes, you're almost right. What we observe is that there has been equalization of education. So more people get basic education, but there hasn't been equalization of the very important thing, which is earnings and consumption and welfare. So there has been equalization from your inputs, from your education, but that has not translated in equalization of income, earnings, and education and consumption. Yeah,
I see. Okay. All right. Then I think the question, I will not pursue this question then further, because I wanted to bring in the factor, and also the panel can think of the issue of the human agency is a very important issue in the context of South Asia. And we've seen time and again that even when there are little opportunities, through agency, people try to transform, in a way achieve something much bigger than the opportunity was initially offering. So I read your finding more like in trying to explore answers, how despite the inequality of opportunity, the outcomes were not just explained by the basic education spread, but by an agency question of how, somehow or the other, maybe rural roads were created and that was meant for one thing, but then people invested that opportunity to few other sort of fields of activities and thereby created new reality. So is that how do you factor in this issue of agency? Because didn't hear that much in the report itself, that we have talked of the structure, the policies, etc. But how does agency factor into all these processes? Anyone from the audience? Yes, brief, 2 minutes max. Someone, Neil Shari. To porichoy diye.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Orijita Dotto, Professor of Economics in University of Calcutta. So I think this is a very important issue that you have brought in, because particularly working with women issues in India, I do not work in other countries so far. So I find that even if women are getting the education, even if they are working, their agency is so limited that they cannot take the decision which pertaining to their own lives. Maybe it is related to their own contraception choice, whether they want to send their children to school or not. So unless, as you have already brought in and ma'am has also pointed out, that it's the social norm and how we believe into it, that we do not actually come out of this and get the agency. And here, just the women empowerment even does not work. And I will just refer to one paper that I had read, which is on the intra-household bargaining power, that in context of India, I found that when women are more educated than their husbands, they are more subjected to domestic violence. So that is the way of thinking that we should actually focus on, that we are getting what are the opportunities and how we are utilizing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me come back to there's one hand. Yes, go ahead. AJ.
Yeah, should I?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I am Pradeep Chaudhary. I teach in Jawaharlal Nehru University in JNU, Delhi. So I want to connect this agency question with the sense approach, capability approach. So here we look at, like, we create opportunities, we create agency, but they are not actually capable enough to do this. That capability is lacking in many societies, capability and freedom. And there we are lacking. Sense is trying to say this and explore this since 1999, like from his book on development as freedom, but that is actually not achieving. And that concept itself is not being understood by policymakers in many sense. So they look at the agency and the opportunities in a very narrow sense, and that is not leading to outcomes, because that the process that from what you call input to output, that capability channel is not effective in many society, particularly the developing societies. So there the intervention is required, where we see small things, small interventions that will develop capabilities and freedom among the, particularly among women and marginalized, that will actually translate to outcomes. So that is where we are lacking, I found.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I come back to the panel then again. So let me start again with Imran. There was this very strong finding from the report about the urban premium. Being born in city or being in city is an advantage to start with. Bangladesh has had some contrary experience in recent times. And, way back, Lipton used to talk about Michael Lipton's urban bias, et cetera, et cetera. So your take on this issue of the urban premium, why in Bangladesh, we are seeing a different take on it, urban stagnation and rural robustness.
Yeah, no, I think, I think that's, I mean, I think the way I read it is that we don't have the rural-urban gap in terms of the inequality of opportunity, but overall, in terms of inequality of opportunity, we're overall not doing as well as we should. So it is not a rural premium, rather than there's no rural-urban gap in terms of the inequality compared to other countries. And the reason I think for that are I think the development policies of Bangladesh have had very strong rural agricultural focus. I think one big area where Bangladesh can really, claim a lot of policy success in and collaborative policy success in is in the domain of agriculture policy, right? Where NGOs, the government, the extension services, the private sector, all sequenced, not necessarily in a very well orchestrated design way. We just happened that things really sequenced in a way that agriculture really worked very, very well in the Bangladesh context. The resilience and robustness of that we see even during the COVID context. I think proof is in the pudding that, the policy response was also worked very well because the institutions and the systems were already in place. So the agriculture sector could be quickly supported. So the resilience and the robustness is extremely clear there. And of course, I think related to this is the fact that NGOs have also worked a lot in the agriculture sector, in the rural area compared to the urban space. And I think finally social protection has been, is very, very, weak in the urban context, almost non-existent. And this is one of the big reasons why some of these resilience to shocks, because one of the reasons why mobility does not happen is also because of inability to absorb shocks properly, right? So I think shocks and resilience are fundamental to thinking about mobility as well. So I think that's the way I would really.
So I think South Asia actually is then really giving a complex story. Urban premium as a whole, from the report, Bangladesh is showing a fairly different trajectory. Coming back to Abdul Baki now, we talked of this human capital policies like education policies, etc. But now we are in 2023. Is it time to talk about things like demographic dividend, much more than just the education policy as such? Because now South Asia as a whole, and Bangladesh in particular, has about a decade or so. So you, from being in the government planning commission, is there that sense of urgency in terms of the next generation of social policies, which will have to, if we can take them, perhaps we can reach that, realize that demographic dividend?
Thank you. It's a very vital time question that already we spend most of the time about demographic dividend, only 10 or 12 years we have in hand. The spreading of education, especially the basic education, is enrollment is universal almost in Bangladesh, but the quality is another issue, and another issue is the secondary and tertiary level. That is very we have almost 20% student drop out from the primary level. They are not going to the secondary level. And another thing that is Madam Shaheen mentioned, that the huge number of girls students, they are girls, they are marriage before the year of 18, 51%. This is huge. And another thing I want to mention here, which is not relevant with the demographic dividend, but this COVID also, you see that the huge number of urban lower level people who are working as a street vendor or something, maybe rickshawala, puskawala, they're going back to their own rural villages. And the education of that particular girl's daughter have been shut down, and going to be married again. And this creates another divide. So the education, especially I would like to mention here that the secondary level education, which makes actually the students give some workable knowledge or skill, that is very important. And we need to some sort of policy focus and intervention, especially for the secondary level. We have almost 96 or 97% enrollment in the primary education, but 20% dropout, and some cases in the civil society organization, maybe PPRC and others, it is maybe beyond 20%. So we need some sort of focus on the skill, and as per our policy, the broad development goal, we want to reach developed status by 2041. But I need definitely the huge populations. You know that our younger generation, the number of younger generation almost 60%. So apart from the demographic dividend, we need to focus on skill and qualitative education across from the rural and urban. Even in the interior part of the and the geographical and inaccessible areas, especially hills and our areas, we need to focus equal standard of education, not only for the Dhaka city. We should deliver same level of education all over the Bangladesh. That's maybe take the our lead to the next level of development and reduce the inequalities in this area. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I just want to park this idea that post-COVID, this is obviously wasn't the focus of the report per se, but in a discussion on social progress, particularly, I think it is need to be flagged that learning loss due to COVID, is it creating a problem of a lost generation? Because learning loss, addressing learning loss hasn't been a particularly strong feature of policy response. They have tried to go back to normal schooling, but learning loss recovery hasn't been a prominent feature of social policy. And are we then looking at a lost generation issue, which may perhaps emerge in a similar report 5 years down the line? That just wanted to park that issue. But is Haris lost to us? I see ourselves on the screen. If you can bring it back,
I'm here.
I wanted to. Yeah. You are there. Okay. Haris, I just want to bring you back now on a more complex question. You know, there was the mention of the, in terms of the social progress aspiration of a society, we have earlier examples. Europe, the welfare state was born in Europe. Now, was that just a policy response, or was it emerged out of a social compact of some sort? And therefore it has different types of staying power, different types of outcome. In the context of South Asia, how do you see these welfareist aspirations touching to the state, its social base? Your take on this? Are we, you know, this leads to power dynamics and all that. Do we have a similar, what is the state of social compact in South Asia? Is it?
I think it's decolonization. Yeah. In one word, it is decolonization. It is decolonization. And I think that the colonial history and then all the politics after that in all of the countries, it will take different periods of time for things to settle in different countries and in the entire region. But I think that the social compact really is around what the state will do for people after the colonial, the post-colonial context. So the colonial state was built for maintaining order and maintaining an empire. And I think all of the independence movements, particularly those of India and Bangladesh, were built around delivering to ordinary people and changing the nature of the state. Now, to some extent it happened, to some extent it is still work in progress. And I think there'll be lots of ups and downs, and I don't think it's a linear progress. But it's really of the same level as the compact which arose in Europe in the first half of the 20th century around, the relationship between capital and labor, and from which the welfare state grew. So in our case, I think that we've inherited a state. Many historians have written that the state was overdeveloped with respect to society, or was trying to overdevelop society. We have different views about the developments of the indigenous bourgeoisie, but yet all of the politics in the entire region was really about what the state will now do for people, and it will do it in different ways to different levels of achievement. And yet, I think that much of what we observe, the positives and the negatives, are really around that kind of social compact.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that reflection. There's no mic here?
Microphone.
Again, please. Shaheen Anam, looking ahead on the issue of women, what are the three? All right, I'll have a second question on that. On the issue of women, if you were to identify three priorities, three policy and social priorities for the next decade, what would those be?
There's so many. Okay. So first of all, it's not a policy issue. First of all, I really think that society has to change their attitude towards women from a negative to a positive one, and really think about the contribution women make in different ways. And I want to go back to something you said, please, just 2 minutes, about agriculture, and we call our farmers miracle workers, what they've done, and the huge progress we have made in agriculture, but women have been not completely out of it, but a lot. They did not get the credit that the progress we have made in agriculture, although they're 50% responsible for the progress. I'll put that on the table. But the three policy issue, and this has also to do with agriculture, but one of them is to establish accountability systems at all levels of the different mechanisms which have been set up for the progress and development of women in our country. So there's a lot of accountability at every lack of accountability at every tier, be it education, health, law and order, our justice system. Unless all these work simultaneously, it's very difficult to bring about the big changes that we are hoping for women to make. So, for example, when you talk about child marriage, there are mechanisms set up right from the union to the district level to stop child marriages. There are committees set up, but they don't work. They don't work. So that is one big policy recommendation. I think a lot of work on improving governance of this service providing institutions of government. There we need to bring about a big change. And third, I would say that not only looking at quality of education, enrollment, what are the outcomes of those education, but what opportunity we are creating for women after they have attained a level of education. And I'll just finish with a very small story, not a long story. I go to villages and I always ask women that, do you educate your son? Do you send your children to school? Yes, we do. Do you send your daughters to school? Yes, we do. And one woman got up and said, ma'am, I educated my daughter up till class 10. Now you tell me what should I do with her? And I really didn't have the answer. So creating opportunity at every level, small, it could be entrepreneurship, it could be skills, but what will she do with that skill? does she have opportunity to get gainful employment? Finally, to really recognize the contribution of women everywhere, whether they get a paid income or whether they stay at home at work. That is what I would say. And that needs policy support also.
Wonderful. So I think 3, but you made 4 with great. One was about norm change. We need norm changes. We need within society as a whole. One hasn't been discussed, but it's great that you brought it up, that women are already doing many things, but due visibility is very important. Recognition, visibility. So that is also, and that's true for not just for women, for the ordinary, the poor as a whole. That is a very important issue. Third one was accountability, but I think the angle, which in particular in South Asia, it is very critical, is that you may have systems of government in place, but then may not be functioning. So it's not just enough to create this system. They have to be made functional. This functionality deficit is a particular South Asian issue maybe that we need to take on board. And lastly, you mentioned about new opportunities. We have to create new opportunities everywhere for people. Great, I think, thank you for the panel. And a last opportunity to the audience to ask a question. Someone here and there, 2 hands.
All right, this is Mustafa Mushfiq. I'm studying anthropology at University of Dhaka. So I just want to share a bit of comment, and that is about, we're talking about social progress in South Asia. And I want to add something with Shaheen ma'am, what she was saying about the women empowerment and everything. I want to be very clear with an example. If you see that the women empowerment of specific class, if you see that how many women are driving an Uber at Dhaka. If you see at Uber Moto, it will be around 0, I guess. I haven't seen one in my life. So there are still some difficulties working in women. How many women you will see working as vendors? So there are difficulties in working at the lower class of women, and the struggle of getting underpaid is already going on. We all know about that. And the second issue I want to talk about, it is really great to know that women are getting educated more and they're getting to introduced to new jobs and job fields. But there are still a generation who are stuck at home as homemakers, and they are not recognized for their work. But their work is really so valuable. They're helping the upbringing of children and they're taking care of upbringing of the children, but they're not recognized. This social recognition, I think, so important for us. And if we recognize this, we can recognize their struggle, and that will be respectful and for the growth of the society. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Rizvi Nawaz on this side.
I'm a television journalist working in Channel I. Sir, you might answer my question, or Imran Bhai. Last couple of years, we are hearing from our policymakers that the development stage that Bangladesh is passing, inequality is kind of inevitable thing. So is that, or do you agree with that?
Is it to me? Anyone?
Anyone? Or Dillu, sir?
We'll need to wrap up. So I think that's the question asked was an empirical one. So I think it's not an opinion issue, it's the data issue. And data is of course showing that government data itself, highest data showed that inequality has risen. And I think the whole discussion has to be about unpacking that. Why has it risen? Where has it risen? Etc. etc.
So I mean, clearly, I don't think there's any arithmetic relationship that with higher growth, you have to have higher inequality as such. So it's an empirical question. What is the structure of the growth that we pursue? It's a choice. It's a choice of an overall economic strategy.
that we basically have. Of course, inequality can grow, but how much we want it to grow, it's also a variable, policy variable. So I think that's how we should be thinking about it. I don't think there's any automatic, deterministic relationship between these variables.
So your question that whether inequality is a necessary outcome of the growth, I think that is not historically or empirically universally correct. I think that's the conclusion. The specificity of the growth path will determine the type of inequality which a society has. But I now want to bring the panel discussion to a close and thank Imran Mateen, Abdul Baqi, Shahin Anam, and Haris Gazdar for their inputs and also from the floor, the comments from the floor. I just want to end on two points which hasn't been discussed. Wanted to just flag that, discussed in a more upfront way. One is this idea of social progress. Do we need to really expand the understanding of what constitutes social? We have equated social with health and education. Is that enough? In Bangladesh, we have progressed so much on primary, secondary enrollment. We have the highest child marriage rates in South Asia. So what is do we need to unpack? We need to unpack actually what constitutes social. What are the other variables that we need to look at? The second very important point again for South Asia is that, you mentioned that one of the report findings was the widespread approval of redistributive policies. Perhaps the more important data which you need, what do the elites think about redistribution? People, of course, are thinking about redistribution. They want it. But those who can make it happen, what are they thinking about it? In South Asia, where do the elites stand on redistribution? My sense is that in South Asia in recent times, we have seen an erosion of redistributive ethos. We have seen a disengagement of the elite from issues of this general concern. If, for example, quality healthcare, quality education will not emerge in South Asia unless the elite has a stake in ensuring that these happen. If they don't have a stake there, these will not come to pass. There will be budgets, there will be expenditures, but that expectation. So I think as we study social progress in South Asia, we not only to study the people, we have to study elites and examine, not just examine them, put them under the microscope in terms of their aspirations, their attitudes, and their behavioral norms. Thank you. Panel is finished here.
I was very much engrossed in the discussion. I wish we had more time. Thank you to the chair and all to the panelists. If I may request all of you to stay back, because after the closing ceremony of only 20-25 minutes, we would like to take a group photo. And all to the paper presenters from today and also from yesterday, if you're present in this auditorium, if you could also stay back for another 20-25 minutes. At the end of the closing ceremony, which is not more than about 20-25 minutes, we would like to take a group photo. So the last session, if you may call this a session, is the closing ceremony. And for that, thank you so much for your patience. We have another just 25 minutes to go. And if I may call upon Dr. Hans Timmer, Chief Economist of South Asia World Bank, Dr. Imran Mateen, Executive Director of BIGD BRAC University, up on the stage, please. And also Ms. Nasima Begum, up on the stage, please. Ms. Since I've already given introduction of Dr. Mateen and Dr. Hans Timmer a few times, I'll probably skip that in the interest of time. Ms. Nasima Begum is a member secretary of the Planning Commission in Bangladesh. Prior to this, she served as the additional secretary Prior to this, she served as the additional secretary in the cabinet division of the government of Bangladesh. Ms. Begum holds a Master's of Arts degree from Dhaka University and another Master's of Arts degree in Development Administration from the Australian National University, where she was involved in numerous research work. I see a few people standing at the back. If you could all settle in. We have just another 25 minutes to go. Everybody, if you could grab your seat and hold on to your networking talks for another 25 minutes. For the closing remark, may I please request Dr. Hans Timmer, Chief Economist of South Asia at the World Bank, to share a few words.
Thank you so much. And let me repeat what I said at the beginning of the day. Let me repeat what I said at the beginning of the day. Thank you so much to BRAC Institute of Governance and Development for being such a wonderful partner. Let me thank the whole of Bangladesh for the superb hospitality. Let me thank all the speakers. I learned a lot during these 2 days, and let me thank also everybody who attended here. It has been a great privilege to have 2 days to discuss what I think currently in South Asia is the most central topic of development, and that is inequality of opportunity. And let me emphasize that that is different from what we used to talk about a lot, alleviation of poverty. It is different from making progress in rural areas, where indeed there was a lot of progress in Bangladesh. But inequality of opportunity is about the fact that everybody should have the same opportunity in whatever sector, in whatever occupation, wherever in education. And if you still have an environment in which women can get an education, but then after marriage, they drop out of the labor market. If you still have a situation with lots of child marriages, if you have a situation in which the labor market is basically segmented in the sense that you have a formal sector where there are a lot of privileges that are being maintained by keeping the formal sector small and by having entry barriers, keeping a lot of people outside in an unproductive informal sector. If you still have this situation, then you can have people coming out of poverty. You can have progress in certain areas, but ultimately you have a fundamental development to use the whole potential that you have in a country. That is a problem for the long run, but it is a problem for almost every challenge that we are facing in South Asia. Whether that is macroeconomic crises at the moment, if you don't have an inclusive society, then you end up with a very narrow tax base. And as a result, every time you see countries falling in the same problem again in macroeconomics. It is a problem when we start thinking about all the environmental challenges, the environmental degradations, the impact on climate change. When you don't have equal opportunities, then it's possible that people get stuck in a bad equilibrium. And so it is such a fundamental part of the development challenge that it was really a privilege to be able to discuss that these 2 days. I heard a lot of evidence. As far as I'm concerned, this is not a closing session. This is just a temporary moment in time where we continue to push. And I would argue that we need even more interventions. We need even more evaluations. We should try out everything. Till at the moment, we see that we reach a critical mass in which the norms that have been discussed so much are changing. And then you have a self-reinforcing environment where almost automatically people have the same opportunity and you end up with a much better place. That actually solves also the problem of the scaling up costs, which today were discussed a lot. Ultimately, the scaling up should become automatic, intrinsic, not by continuing the interventions that you use to trigger a process. Ultimately, it is not about a continuous transfer of resources to people who are not privileged. Ultimately, it is getting into a situation where actually everybody has exactly the same opportunities. So it has been a great privilege. This is not the end for me. It's also not a start, but it is really a pause in time after which I'm very eager to follow on what continues to happen in South Asia. Thank you so much, everybody.
For the closing session, we have Mosammed Nasima Begum as the guest of honor. Like I already introduced her, Mr. Mosammed Nasima Begum is a member senior secretary of Department of Socioeconomic Infrastructure and under Planning Commission. Ma'am.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Respected chairperson of this closing session of the two-day conference titled the 11th South Asia Economic Policy Network Conference on Social Progress in South Asia. Respected academia and researchers, panelists and discussants, Honorable BIGD and World Bank representatives, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. First of all, I take the opportunity to have the privilege to thank you all, especially the organizers for giving me this opportunity to come here today and to say a few words. Although I was not present yesterday and also in the morning today, still I had a glimpse of the gist of the papers presented here from yesterday. So I have the information that there are 5 sessions, major sessions in the conference. And thank you for attending all in this important conference on this important issue. I sincerely believe that it has been an enlightening and educative as well as productive today discussion where experts and researchers from various fields presented their well-thought findings on the persistent disparities that in a sense pose significant threats to the achievement of development goals and the eradication of poverty in our area, that is in South Asia. Actually, you have heard so far very important issues. So I think that the researchers, those papers presented here on measuring inequality of opportunity and intergenerational mobility, on gender inequality, on inequality and human capital, on education policies, and lastly, on affirmative action. I think that the policy implication is that the governments, irrespective of country context, must adopt the affirmative action policies that are designed to address the specific needs of the disadvantaged group and that are implemented in a transparent and accountable manner. Actually, I want to say one thing that I like to mention here that disparity that is persistent, you have mentioned, in all these countries in South Asia is also persistent in Bangladesh. I like to mention here that to reduce the overall inequality and disparity in the society, what Bangladesh government actually, the government is currently running about 50 safety net programs throughout the country under different ministries and divisions. Currently, it is about 70% of the yearly budget, of our yearly budget, country budget, and 3% of GDP of the country. And in monetary term, GOB's allocation for social protection in the current fiscal year is about 1,135 billion taka. And I also want to inform you some of the key findings of the latest household income and expenses survey, which revealed that the socioeconomic indices that have improved in some major areas, such as literacy rate of the population aged 7 and above is now 74%, which was actually 65% in 2016 for both sexes in national level. The upper poverty level, is now 18.7, which was 24.3% in 2016. And the lower poverty is now 5.6%, which was actually 12.9% in 2016, which is very encouraging for Bangladesh. And actually, we are hoping to make the upper poverty level actually even less in coming years, and the lower poverty rate is 0 by 2041. It is very encouraging for us, for Bangladesh, and also for South Asia. In conclusion, I want to say one thing, that we can unanimously say that this conference has provided a very valuable and unique platform for scholars, academicians, policymakers, and as well as practitioners to engage in a dialogue on the persistent disparities that hinder social mobility and contribute to further poverty and deprivation in South Asia. The insights and the policy implications that emerged from this two-day conference can help formulate evidence-based policy designs and pragmatic action plan to implement the policy contributing to the achievement of our respective countries' development goals. Finally, I like to take the privilege to thank the respected presenters, the panelists, the discussants, the participants for their invaluable contributions, and look forward to continuing this kind of important conversation in future for our common good. Thank you very much.
I had only 9 credits in my undergrad, 9 credits of economics. So yeah, as I was saying, I had only 9 credits of economics in my undergrad, and then 1 course in my, for international political economy for my postgraduate. As much as I was overwhelmed with the amount of information we've had. I never delved into quantitative economics and that research and all that. As much as I was overwhelmed with the information, there were 17 papers, if I'm not wrong, that were presented in the last two days. I also learned a lot. So, and I would like to thank the paper presenters and also to the organizers. But I'll hold on to my vote of thanks because I think Dr. Imran Mutin would do a better job in presenting the vote of thanks. Dr. Imran Mutin, if we may.
Am I audible? Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So first of all, I'd like to really just thank Hans, colleagues from the bank. I think we worked together well to put this 1.5 day of event together. I think we could go back today happy and have a good night's sleep. So thank you very much. But I would also like to thank Zunaid for doing a fantastic MC. I was initially quite skeptic of having MC, but I realized that I think it really helps people like me then to have a bit more bandwidth. So thank you very much. You did an amazing job. I would also like to thank the BIGD team, Mehnaz, Zishan, and Nazim Bhai. I think they all worked very, very hard to make this a success. So thank you all very much. Now, I mean, I think it's, the more I think about this, the whole issue of inequality of opportunity, social mobility, I think it becomes extremely clear that this is the agenda for our future. This is the agenda. If we don't address this, this is going to be the main driver of the middle income trap that we may actually get trapped into. And if we can bring ourselves together in addressing and enhancing social mobility and improving inequality of opportunity in a substantive, transformative way, it's not only the outcome, the process, the political process through which, the collaborative process through which we will be having to do that will unleash real energy in terms of us really not only lifting ourselves up from the middle income trap, but actually living up to the ambition of smart Bangladesh that our honorable Prime Minister talks about. So I think I see the agenda of addressing inequality of opportunity head on and not getting tied up with poverty. We need to lift ourselves from the poverty discourse, the poverty of the poverty discourse, and then really focus on this opportunity, the inequality of opportunity, the social agenda in a far more robust way if we really want to move forward. And I think this is exciting. This is also challenging, but it's also very, very exciting. Now, the reason why it is challenging is because there's huge amount of data paucity that we have. At the moment, we want to look at inequality of opportunities. The kind of panel data, longitudinal panel data you basically need can only, the state has a very important role to play in terms of that type of a data system development. And I think in the context of Bangladesh, again, that itself will require collaborative effort between the government, statistics agency, between the NGOs like BRAC and think tanks and research organizations like BIGD, BIDS, and others. So I think that is also going to be really exciting in terms of really figuring out the type of data that we need. It would require methods innovation. It will require measurement innovation. And I think most importantly, this whole agenda will force us to really reimagine the social. And I think that's what Zilur Bhai talked about. I think it's so important that we really reinvigorate and reimagine the social agenda and bring in the economic agenda as a part of the overall social agenda. I think for too long, we've been driven by the economic agenda. I think we need to be driven by the social agenda around which we have the economics comes in as a very important part of the overall social progress and social mobility agenda. And I think that's going to be really exciting epistemic journey
collaborative work that needs to be done. And I'm extremely grateful to this conference for sparking some of those ideas and energizing at least me. And I can say from my side, I will be definitely thinking about this very seriously and then figuring out what we can do with this agenda. As you said, this is not the beginning. We have a lot of work that's done. This is certainly not the end, this one, but we really need to use this as an opportunity to galvanize ourselves to this mission critical agenda of our times. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'd like to take this opportunity to take a group photo. So if I may also request the panelists from the last session, the chair and the panelists from the last session to join our guests here, and also the World Bank team. Dr. Hans Zimmer is already here. If I may also request Dr. Maurizio Basulo, Dr. Zoe, and Dr. Nelly to come on stage and join our guests up on the platform. I think we could take a group photo. And after that, while they remain standing, if you could all the presenters from today and yesterday, if you could also join in for the second round of group photo, that would be wonderful. Dr. Musharraf Hossain Bhuiya, if you would also like to, if you'd also like to join. How can we get this? Good question. For that, please follow the Facebook page of